Test message.
Things in good time zone. I hope people are doing well today, and I just need to adjust my microphone. There we go. So, we need to do a lot more questing and, of course, a lot more combat today. So, every sanctum. I think that's what I need to do to complete this act. That's why it's first. Need to wait for Irabeth. Yeah, I've now visited it. Let's give myself game sound. Selena, finally, we have two surprises in store for you. One of them planned, the other, not so much. Hey, let me tell you about the unexpected one first. Yesterday, one of the cavalry sculptors accidentally shattered Maestro Avon's favourite cup and buried the shards to conceal his wrongdoing. The first consequence is that war has broken out between our inspired artists, and I'm not just talking about the clashing styles. The Maestro discovered the cup's disappearance and declared his own personal crusade against all the cavalry sculptors. He's frightening when moved to anger. Don't really eat kebabs. I'll eat lamb, but it's not my favourite meat, so I won't go out of my way to have lamb. Also, hi Puncher of Kittens, how are you today? I hope you're well. Second consequence is this. Aranka opens her hand to reveal what looks like pieces of rainbow that have somehow turned into physical matter. This is the Maestro's ill-fated cup. Ever since your power manifested itself here, this place has started to transform things. Okay, I'm a little bit tired, but that's kind of my fault for staying up a little bit too long last night. Also, my voice is so I need to have a quick drink. So I think my RGB on my PC has just changed ever so slightly. I need to check that, make sure nothing's wrong. Let's have a look here. That's still right. Oh, okay. I will check that later. I hope there's nothing wrong. I was watching a movie, not just anything either. When it was discovered, the gnomes were eager to bury just about everything they had lying around, even a couple of their own comrades, with their enthusiastic approval, of course. We even had to ask the Chaldean warriors to rein them in, but we did learn a great deal. It seems the garden doesn't affect unusual items. Burying amulets or magic weapons would yield no results, but if you bury some trivial everyday item, it will be transformed into something marvellous. I watched Avatar 2, Way of Water. Pretty good. And the CGI was amazing. I want to bury something too. Why don't you do just that? Only make sure it's not something you're likely to need later. The things that materialize here might be beautiful, but you wouldn't exactly use them in everyday life. Is this a manifestation of my power as well? Yes, I've been studying it for some time, but there's no need for in-depth analysis here. Each item transformed by the garden is imprinted with your power. You might as well have signed your name. Now, what about this planned surprise? Yeah, Avatar 1 was probably better, but I liked Avatar 2. Oh yes, just remember to visit Maestro Aventurine and the cavalry sculptors. They wanted to share their own thoughts on the garden's unusual properties with you. Ilks draws a deep breath. And now for the surprise. We've tried to put together everything we know about your power. We started back in Canabras and now we've finally figured it out. It's not like we gained any particular insight into your abilities, but we have devised a special guiding ritual. Okay. Everything you do is linked to the impulses of your heart, beautiful impulses. And now we know how to transport you to the place your heart is calling for at any one moment. It might be the gardens of Elysium, or perhaps the domain of Desna herself if we're right in assuming that she granted you this power. Isn't it just magical? To visit Elysium for real, to meet its wonderful creatures, to discover other ways to prove yourself. We're ready to proceed with the ritual anytime you want. Oh, I know, we'll fly home. Or maybe not. But it'll still be fun wherever we go. How exactly are you going to bring me back here? We haven't thought of that yet. We're almost sure you'll be able to come back on your own, or maybe with the help from those you meet in Elysium. If it comes to it, we'll figure out where you teleported and send a rescue party to get you. We've got a full court of volunteers here. Some time to prepare, because I want to go and talk
Follow
to...
my steps.
Technically, I want to rest as well, because my characters are all exhausted. You... No? They just not want to talk to me? I really should rest. And the Divinity Original Sin 2? Yes. Okay, they said they wanted to talk to me, but they don't. And with the Pikeman Confectioners, says an inscription made with pebble. Okay, I'm going to quickly rest, because I'm sick of walking so slowly. Oh wow, corruption is... No, there should be no corruption in this place.
A sheltered noblewoman able to wield a blade with deadly skill? Highly suspect. What are you hiding?
You're always keeping such a close eye on me, Paralictor. Tread carefully, or else I'll think you've developed a tender for me.
Also, I've realised these are in the wrong order. Okay. There we go. Okay. I need to run up here real quick. Oh. Maybe that's the one that I was able to talk to before. Now I can't. Oh, that is a tiny horse. That is amazing for the gnomes. You dismount.
Missed me already.
Oh, maybe if I was pressing the right key combination, that would...
Let's head out.
Yeah, now Arusha needs to run up here. Maestro Aventurine, would you kindly dismount, my esteemed colleague? Maestro Aventurine speaks politely and softly, but his stiff expression indicates that it is costing him a great deal of effort. I'm a cavalry sculptor. My mount is an essential part of my art. You wouldn't think of asking an ordinary artist to put away their easel when discussing art, now would you? That essential part of your art has already tried to chew up my sketch folder twice, remarks the street artist sourly, but he doesn't protest any further. So, as regards the gist of our argument, oh, here's the mistress of the court. Do excuse us, we're absorbed in a rather heated discussion. What were you arguing about? The same old question that made me ask our good Desnan adepts to invite you over for a chat, Commander, replies the artist loftily. Sure, you must have heard already. Ever since you created a garden on this ridge, many items buried here have been quite literally transformed. You have created a truly magical place. This ridge can transform even the most trivial of things. It's hard for me to describe the elation it brings me. This is what true art should be like. It is a reminder that we can always transform our own story into a fairy tale. However, certain creative differences arose when we began discussing how to put the ridge's miraculous properties to good use. You see, some of the transformed items become edible, whereas others would make the perfect material for mosaic pieces. I would like to create a piece of rupestral art using the latter, but the esteemed cavalry sculptors have other plans for them. Yeah, right. Who in their right mind would take magic items from magic rock that turned into a garden right in the middle of the world wound and use them for an ordinary picture or mosaic? We've got a better idea. An edible sculpture. We're going to create the most innovative work of art in the history of Mendev, or even Golarion, and then let the public devour it. A tasty treat. Hooray! A huge gingerbread demon, right? Then again, seeing the ridge covered in a beautiful mosaic would be terrific too. Tell me again about how items are being transformed. I'll tell her myself. So all you do is grab something useless and put it in a hole in the ground and then poof! It becomes nice and shiny, but still useless. Or even better, it becomes edible and tasty, and not useless anymore. Yes, it's exactly as Ivu said. Ever since you turned this patch of corrupted land into a garden, certain items buried in its soil have randomly transformed into something else. Why can't we just do both? It's all about what's novel, Commander. The first work of art created from the magically transformed items of your court will be... The gnome pauses and proclaims grandly, a major event, but the second work of art, not so much. We've already seen that, is all people will have to say about it, so you got to choose. I think the idea of an edible sculpture is just terrible, because it won't last very long. So I'm going to actually go with the mosaic. The gnome lowers his head dejectedly. How boring. Once the wretched pikeman confectioners learn of our defeat, we'll be a laughing stock. Please don't get upset. I may be unable to appreciate your ideas, but I do respect your enthusiasm. I will certainly mention you as my friends and supporters in my speech at the mosaic opening. I will probably need your help in creating my mosaic, Commander. You must obtain suitable objects. I have no idea what objects we need exactly. Probably some simple trinkets, then bury them on the ridge and bring me the mosaic pieces they turn into. I need at least 30. Thank you. Today is certainly a great day in the history of art. 30? $30. Gather 30 ingredients from our lists and give them to whichever one of us you consider more worthy of the opportunity to craft a masterpiece. I need coloured mosaic pieces. These are the most colourful items transformed by our garden. We need edible stuff. So you could change your mind. I have to go. Really? You want me to put potions in there? How long is this going to take? Are there any more patches of soil? Yes, there are. Okay, that was quick. Edible thingamajig. Shiny thingamabob. Okay, so if it's edible or plant matter or something like that, it becomes a shiny thingamabob. Yes. Okay. I need to talk to someone that will sell me things. And potions didn't work. Sale. Other. If I do that, maybe the pollen. Nope. Let's do that. Yeah. Oh no, maybe it's just random. I think it's just random. Okay, let's quickly do this then. I found 30 mosaic pieces for you. Wonderful, you have my thanks, Commander. I'll be working on the mosaic right this instant. Do visit us when it's ready. He doesn't want to talk anymore. Master Artist. Okay, now we need to go back here and do this ritual. Whatever it entails. Just had a thought maybe something is controlling my RGB in here, because I imagine it's something else. Sorry, I have to check this out. I think it would be working through that. This is weird. Hmm. Okay, I'll check that when I get home tonight from work. That's really awkward. I'm ready. Let's begin the ritual right away. Are you guys ready? I'm so excited. If we've got it right, we're about to accomplish something truly wondrous. Or it doesn't work. Oh, this'll probably work. No class needs every single ability score to be high to function properly. You need to choose what to prioritize and what to sacrifice. Dump stats. Where your soul calls.
Tread lightly.
Exit area so I can leave. S-Dock.
I'm gone.
Might be best for me to just buff everybody. Spooky. An old cauldron with the smell of alcohol still lingering around it is smashed and beyond repair. Dinosaur bone. Coverlet on the bed looks like it would crumble to dust at the slightest touch. Okay. Aw. Law nature.
Done.
Really? I rolled the exact thing, right? Many of the bodies in the jars are those of tieflings or half-fiends. Many of them are strangely deformed or show multiple stitches and incisions. Okay. A woman's body clings to the wall like she was trying to scratch her way out. Ooh. Gotta be more loot, come on.
Follow my steps.
Fine. Before you is some kind of magical device. It looks old and broken. A large, oddly shaped crystal is wedged tightly into a slot in the device. Touch the crystal.
Day 16. Abadius 4662. Experiment transformation. Subject young male, half-fiend. Objective to study the properties of hybrid souls. Desired result to see the same results that were previously achieved on full-fledged demons. Suture, bring me one more crystal. I believe I'm almost there.
Ah, it's you. Good. Very good.
Oh. The Dretch demon that appears before you is a pitiful specimen, even for his own ilk, which are distinguished by neither strength nor a terrifying appearance. His peeling skin is covered in scars and his hands are twisted at an odd angle and have a slight tremor, but he stretches his mouth in an approximation of a grin.
Have a look around. Go ahead. Meet the locals. They're not the best housemates, but there's never a dull moment. You'll like it. Here with us is definitely the place for you.
Who are you?
Me? Why do you want to know? They call me the Suture. I'm the custodian of this place. The big expert, you know? With big, expertise. I know all there is to know about it. Things nobody else knows.
I've seen you before. You were disguised as a halfling. You spoke to me in Canabras before Discari attacked.
How did you... Maybe I was disguised. Maybe I did speak to you. Fat lot of use that knowledge will do you. Do you think now I'll just bare my soul and reveal all my secrets and whatnot? You can think again.
What is this place, demon?
What? You mean you don't know? It's my Lady Aurilu's, her old laboratory. She used to live here back when she was still mortal. Before those Sarkorian dogs came and took her and tossed her into the threshold. But they only found the house. They never got into the lab. My lady came back here, after, when the Abyss had already bitten off a chunk of your world, and Sarkoris had become the world wound. But she never liked this place, and she abandoned it many years ago, along with everyone in this place too. You can enter here, but leaving is impossible. Impossible. That's why all the people abandoned here got out of their cages and started living as best they could. You'll see. That's if you can get through. The lady placed barriers here that only let demons through. They don't keep me out, but you're gonna have trouble trying to break through. I heard there's a knack to it, though, so keep trying.
Great.
I've heard of you, succubus. The barriers won't let you through, so don't even think about trying. You might be a demon, but you've got Desna stink all over you. Pew!
It's fun that they add this in if you've got a Ruchelay in your party.
Aurilu Borlesh lived here? This is where she summoned the Abyss? It terrifies me to even think of what could go so wrong in a mortal soul to make them choose to become a demon. To be honest, I'm glad she's not here. I'm afraid of her. I'm afraid of the moment when we'll meet face to face.
Are we really going to waste our time conversing with this creature? I doubt it will be of any use to us.
You're in a big hurry to leave this place and go about your business. Oh, that's right. You've got nowhere to hurry to anymore. Don't worry. In about 10 years or so, if you live that long, you'll come to appreciate my company. I'm a very interesting person to talk to, you know.
Why did you start talking to me?
Out of boredom. I've been stuck in here a long time. We don't see new faces very often, but it does happen. People come across this place by accident, wriggle inside, and then can't get out again. And isn't it a good thing I learned to speak your language? You won't find a dredge as educated as the old suture here.
Can you tell me how to get out of here by any chance?
Maybe I'll tell you. What harm will it do? But first, go and take a look around. The answer's not as simple as you might think.
Okay. Don't talk to demons, you better hope I don't reach you. But I talked to a Ruchelay, so that's not true. So I'm gonna skip that. I have things to do.
Be careful. This place is dangerous. It hides many things that have never been seen beneath your sun. It is not my land, but it isn't yours either.
Well then. Did I do... did... Do you actually cast any spells on my buffs? I don't think so. You have. Oh, I want to do this. And that. Buff setup. Where are you? This. Important. Self. This is the other one, not that. Important. Self. Any other things that I wanted. It's 1 minute per level. I don't think... No, you don't have improved casting. Enduring spells, sorry. That's not as good as I thought it was going to be. I can just do this and have a look through. I mean, it's per level. Oh, I think I should ban you from actually casting that. You can cast it, okay. Right. I think I'll just ban you from casting that. That'll be easier. All the other buffs are fine because they're very short, except for like that. It's not needed. Spell resistance, a minute per level. Neither of you have enduring spells, so that's fine. Death Ward is very useful. I think I'm fine without it for now. I may eventually cast it more. Okay. Could skip a bunch of things. So now everyone has freedom of movement on. It should. Oh no. You don't have enduring spells. Yeah, I needed to add that to short. Okay. Anyway, let's go through this place. What's a Minotaur? The look of this device provokes a shudder of horror. It's not clear what kind of experiments it was used in, but it's unlikely they were pleasant for the subject.
Let's head out. Be careful.
Okay, shadow
everyone.
demons. I didn't. Oh, did you use it? Maybe. I hate plot armor. Speed called Iron Rapier +3. Well then. You have 4 attacks. You only have 3. I think I replace this. I'll give her the Holy Rapier. Nope. Holy Rapier. There we go. And then Dayron. Swap that. Give you that. So now you have 2 offhand attacks, technically. But both are at the right. Both are at the same, because it's not counted. When did I get you? Whenever the wearer of this cloak channels energy to heal, the wearer gains a +2 bonus to persuasion skill checks, and the save DC of spells with compulsion descriptor they cast is increased by 2. This effect lasts the number of rounds equal to the character's level. Whenever the wearer of this cloak channels energy to harm, the affected creatures have to pass a will saving throw or be dazed for 1 round. Well, you actually have channel. Just means your resistances go down. One of you has a normal Level 1, right? Ivu. Vast intelligence +4. You have decent intelligence. You don't, but you have initiative bonus. You just don't have a helm. Bases of armor +3. So Ivu's. Oh, he's wearing barding, so. Think that's okay for now. Good loot in here at least.
I shall not fail.
You say that, but
Careful now.
I heed the voice of the spirits. The spirits guide me. I am helpful, am I not?
you are. Oh, hello, swarms.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
Don't think I have literally any AoE stuff. You know what? Short buffs. Go for it.
Let us be careful.
I hate swarms. Because they usually put diseases on. Yeah, demon plague. Only Dayron failed. And I think that's literally because he does have the lowest fortitude save. Camellia needs better fortitude. That was like an elfish nay. 34 Arcana DC. Hey, it succeeded. Nice. This device was likely used in experiments on demons. Ancient scrap of script-covered leather. Sign says Oldwing. No. Oh, it's a door. Greater carnivorous crystal. If I remember correctly, those were really, really awful to deal with before on harder difficulties. Hi Amex, how are you today? I hope you're doing well. It isn't clear if this breach appeared while the laboratory was still in use or after its abandonment, but the scratch marks and bloodstains around the edge indicate that it may have been tried as a potential escape route. I'm doing okay. Also, I gifted 5 subs to my community, technically. Feels weird saying that. Because I was 5 off of unlocking the last affiliate emote, so I thought, why not? Technically only costs me half as much as what everyone else pays because I get half of it back. It means I can use my all my emotes once they're done,
I'm gone.
which is probably going to be in a couple of weeks, or 2 or 3 weeks, maybe something like that. Maybe slightly longer. I'm fine with waiting. Ooh, the suture crystal. Rilu Vorlesh used these and other similar crystals to keep a lab journal and record notes on her experiments. A pair of symbols on a facet at the bottom of the crystal indicates what precisely has been recorded in the crystal. Okay. Just gonna read these just in case they give anything, which I don't think they will. Also, moss pottage or pottage. Okay. I went to my court for the Azata thing, and they performed a ritual, and I ended up here. Well, I ended up in a shack in the middle of the world wound somewhere, apparently. But when I clicked on the desk in there, everything was dilapidated and covered in cobwebs and stuff. It hadn't been used for decades, probably. But when I clicked on the desk, it brought me into this place, which is a laboratory for Rilu Vorlesh. Expedition boots. Elven notes. How does he get everywhere?
Follow my steps.
Yeah, I'm in the lab. These boots grant the wearer a +10 competence bonus on athletic skill checks and mobility. I think I'm the highest athletics. 23, 21. You have your problem with armor check penalties, so I think I'm going to wear the boots. And I don't really have anyone to make use of this, so Wendorg is smarter. Also, that hairdo. I did not know she had a mohawk. Yeah, I'm in the above the cloud. No. Where your soul calls. Get out of the trap. Which I hope it just doesn't progress acts. I forget which quests progress the acts. I'm fairly sure it's probably Know Thy Enemy, that's why it's first on the list that progresses it. On Midnight Bolts, I know about the Midnight Bolts, that's why I haven't used the one that I've got. And there's another one. Okay, I'm gonna read that though. So what am I doing? It should be here, easier. Without the materials supplied by the client, the creation of new Midnight Bolts is impossible. However, significant progress has been made in the matter of improving existing bolts. The bolts must be tested in the field. The upcoming celebrations in Canabras may be the best venue for a trial run. I wonder what was in the crossbow that I had before. Yeah. Basically, you need to use them on like all the demon lords. Ooh. Would fail it if I rolled a natural one. A vessel resembling an outlandish jug seems to have been hewn from a huge block of solid crystal. Veins of bright purple running through the crystal pulse with light. A crimson droplet falls on it, triggering a vibration deep inside. You look down and see a scarlet stain blooming on your chest. Your wound has reopened in the blink of an eye. So, each of them have their own specific things. Let's examine the vessel. Nice. Presumably, the object before you is a magical repository for a soul, similar to those used in various evil spells. However, this artifact is different to all the ones you've seen before. You cannot fully identify its properties. One thing you can say for sure, it is currently empty. Take it. You reach forward to touch the vessel when suddenly it trembles and, with a gentle sigh, crumbles to dust.
Let's head out.
I had to take its my loot haul nature. Is that the barrier I can't get past, I'm guessing?
No, what is that?
Because I can't remember a lot about this game. Well, I'm only reading stuff to do with this, like not any of the lore books. The fight for Canabras marked the beginning of the Fifth Crusade. The next objective is Dresden, once the capital of the Crusader movement and now a demon citadel. Who will win? It is an equation with an infinite number of unknowns. The finest military minds failed to bring an end to this war, but a new leader now stands in command, one different from all the others, and perhaps this new variable will produce a different result. Ah. Old Crusader. The cave-in looks like it happened a long time ago. The rocks and rubble have been compressed almost into a single mass to the heart of the laboratory. Orchard Angel? Yeah, Old Crusader. Behind the barrier, frozen in what seems like a weakly glowing liquid or a magical glimmer, is a woman with long silvery hair. At her back you can see a single white wing and some kind of dark broken shadow. Haggard figures huddle around the woman. A dwarf in a ragged robe scarcely notices you. He sits on the floor running his fingers over the leaves of the plant that is growing between the slabs, like one would normally stroke a beloved cat or dog. Next to him is the unmoving figure of an elf, who is covered in scars and doesn't take his eyes off you. The third member of the group is an old man with a long, straggly beard who is dressed in old armour. He turns quickly to face you, brandishing a rusty sword. Who are you? Another conniving wretch who serves the traitor? Don't come any closer. Hey, who are you? I have to answer to you now, do I? When you haven't even given your name? Calm down. I'm the commander. Okay, I can't fail it. Calm down. I'm the commander of the Crusaders from Dresden, and I mean you no harm. A commander from Dresden? Can it be true? Have they come for us? The old man seems stunned. It's more likely that this is yet another unfortunate who's fallen into the trap. The elf smiles gloomily. Hello, I suppose, commander from Dresden. Who are you? We're the only survivors, the only ones apart from the monsters and demons, I mean. The old fellow is a crusader. He ended up here accidentally around 20 years ago. He camped out in the ruins of the house, found the magic door and came through it. But, of course, he couldn't get out again. I'm one of the last to have been brought here by Arilu herself. She literally dragged me out of the demons' jaws, and I don't even know what she wanted me for. She kept me in a magical sleep most of my time, and then she lost interest in the laboratory. And the druid, that one making friends with the plants and the roots, he's been here since the very beginning. I think he's from Sarkoris, but he's half mad and wasn't a talker even back when I first met him. So we don't know his name or any other details about him. He grows food for us and doesn't talk. He's the best neighbour you could hope for. The elf chuckles bitterly. Arilu left people alive down here? She just abandoned the place? That's right, she opened the cages but sealed the way out from the outside. What else were you expecting from the architect of the world wound? Compassion and mercy? Sorry, I needed to yawn. Sometimes I think that leaving us here was just another one of her experiments, and we're just rats in a maze. I really, really hate people who lock other people away in cages. Sitting locked up is the worst thing ever. This architect is a bad, bad person. We need to help everybody who's still in here. So you've tried to get out of here? Countless times, by whatever means we could think of. Nothing worked. Maybe if we had a powerful cleric or spellcaster among us. Then again, seems unlikely if Arilu imprisoned an actual angel down here so easily, doesn't it? The elf nods toward the unmoving winged woman. We can't even explore the whole laboratory. Some of the passages are blocked by barriers that only let demons through. How have you survived all this time? With difficulty. There were more of us, so I'm wondering if I shouldn't have done the diplomacy and used the Azata thing. There were more of us before, subjects of Arilu's experiments, mortals and demons and other abominations. When she left and we were all freed, it was chaos. The demons killed everyone they could. Then they turned on each other. The mortals who survived set up their base here. The druid grew food for us, the others kept the demons at bay and tried to find the way out. New arrivals would appear rarely. Unlucky travellers or reckless adventurers who ended up here by accident. As you can see, we're the only ones who survived. Wendoag's eyes sweep over the elf with contempt. You look half dead already, but you've managed to survive this long, so you can't be as pathetic as you seem. Maybe you'll be of some use, but if saving you proves more trouble than it's worth, I'll put you down myself. What's wrong with her? We found her like this and we couldn't break through the barrier. She must be sleeping, or at least immobilized. We call her the Protectress. A priest from Brevoy came up with the name. He used to be one of our brotherhood here, until the demons got him about 7 years back. We call her the Protectress because the angel's aura, even caged, protects us from the demons. This place is still crawling with them. We try not to stray too far from her. She's all that's keeping us alive now. Can you tell me anything useful about this place? It might just be wishful thinking, but I guess there is some way to get through those barriers blocking us. We tested them so many times, they only allow full-blooded demons to pass through them, except the barriers were here long before Arilu abandoned the lab, which means that she was able to walk through them somehow. Maybe she had a key that we can look for. Who knows? There's one more thing. I've heard the demons, the sentient ones, mention something called the Lexicon of Paradox. I don't know what it is, but they've talked about it like it was an artifact of some kind, a relic. In other words, something valuable. So it's possible that it could help us get out of here, but I don't have the slightest idea what it is or where to look for it. I'm not going to sit here doing nothing. There's got to be a way out of this place. I'm gonna actually reload. If we go in here. Oh yes, I did. Oh, that thing's gone, the animation. Okay. What I want to do is... Who are you? Who's the traitor you are referring to? The old man spits on the ground. That filthy witch Aurilu, betrayer of all mortal kind, murderer of Sarkoris, and all the creatures here and her minions. Please, friend, calm yourself. I have brought the wind of spring and freedom into this dungeon. I'm going to get you out of here. The old man shakes his head in surprise. Oh my, you're from the Desmans, I suppose. Someone from the good gods has finally come for us. So you're the foolhardy soul who's ended up here, yes. Who are you? Leave. I'm gonna go back here. All the way back here. Let's go into the old wing. See, I do, but I don't have her with me.
Follow my steps.
Wish I did. I forgot to change Wendu out for Ember. Old mongrel. First loot.
Let's head out.
You look at the figure dressed in rags, and after some difficulty you recognize that it is an old mongrel. The few exposed areas of skin are covered in horrific burns, grotesque twitching appendages that look like a cross between tentacles and umbilical cords are latched onto him. The mongrel gives a quiet groan. Who's there? It's been so long since I heard another living voice. Wenduag's face assumes an imperious expression. Name yourself, kinsman. What do they call you? What tribe are you from? I don't know. I don't remember. I've been here for so long. You're lying. Mistress, he's lying. I can smell it. Who are you? I've been here so long I don't remember my own name. I lived in the caves beneath Canabras, but I was drawn to the surface, so one day my friends and I decided to venture up there. I was the only one who made it all the way, but when I emerged I was met by a pack of inquisitors. They thought I was a demon. Burn the demon. Death to demons. Fire. All I can remember is fire. Oh, so you met Prelate Hulrun. If you were put to death by inquisitors and not by a baying mob, they would have had to read out the charges. I would be interested to hear what they were. My face was my crime. I did not have to commit any atrocities to be thrown on the fire. Did Aurilu do this to you? Aurilu? Yes, I remember her. She took me from the pyre, what was left of me. She brought me here. She treated my wounds. She took my blood for her experiments on mutations. But she went away and I have not seen her here in a long time. Yeah, I'm just going to do the chaos. I know I'm doing good, but I'm also part Azata, and chaos is their thing. And keeping a living being in captivity is unacceptable, which I think Ivu would agree with. Freed from the appendages, the mongrel slowly, very slowly, rubs his hands. Then he raises his eyes to you. You, Crusader. Did you never consider that some of those witches burned on the pyre were the real thing? Lord Baphomet, I offer up this worthy sacrifice to you. Oh, you're gonna die then.
Tear your throat out!
No loot? Oh, well, that's so awkward. So, who's going to charge? And the Shadow Demon. Stop teleporting away, goddammit. Whoa, hello.
I'll cut you wide open.
Wendu? Move. Actually, you're in the door. Oh. I was going to say everyone attack it, but it's dead already. Speed composite longbow +3. Sorry, what? Well, you just have a normal composite longbow +3. Wendu does the most damage, but I'm going to be taking Arushale more. Where did it go? Speed composite longbow +3. Oh, bam! Okay. Arushale is getting damage. Everywhere there are signs of destruction, large and small. So that's a big axe.
Let us be careful.
Just the great axe +1, really.
Missed me already.
That's good enough.
Tread lightly.
There's nothing in here to read or do anything.
Save the last one for me.
Oh, nice, I found a trap.
I hope you appreciate this.
I do appreciate it.
Done.
The bodies in the murky liquid are likely remnants of unsuccessful experiments or of failed attempts to save them.
I'm gone.
Completely missed that there was an ad playing.
Now what is that?
It's a helmet of camaraderie. The wearer of this helmet gains a +1 morale bonus to AC, but no more than +3 for each ally in a 10-foot radius. It doesn't show up, obviously.
Follow my steps.
Raivu has a funny hat now, and I think that's perfect. Okay, so I have to go through the door.
I am helpful, am I not?
Is that an elfish nay? Yep. And the rock.
I will resist. The heartbeat quickens.
Let's head out.
That's all the loot you're gonna give me? Really? Okay, so...
You can trust me.
Melia, can you actually make it?
What do we have here?
We have a hidden room. Ah, there's a barrier.
Be careful, everyone!
It feels like there should be more enemies. Oh, there was. An Uliudru. What the hell are you? Level 14. You attack with a tongue. Oh, feeble mind. Please don't hit me with that.
Prepare yourself!
That's what was doing it. Where's my arm?
Disappear.
Oh, did I actually kill you this time?
Let us be careful.
More elven notes. What a surprise!
With everything demonic in me. But Desna, please allow me to keep my lovely, irresistibly beautiful wings.
Note from Rilu's lab. The commander and her army walk up the high bank of the West Selen River, where it draws near the border of the Worldwound. The soldiers' feet halt unbidden. On the other bank rises a series of cliffs, too regular in shape to have been formed by wind or water. The sky hangs over their sharp edges and sickening bends, the shade of mercury on the horizon rising to dirty rust. As it arches above the soldiers' heads, it regains its familiar azure hue. Shock, flaming, corrosive, cold, iron, cookery +3. What now? So this thing does 1d4 plus 3d6 damage. Need ball gift back, god damn it. Old letter. Destroy the cursed prison of Threshold and set free the innocents within. Okay. The room has more life to it than the other chambers in the lab, but even here rationality wins out over comfort.
Tread lightly.
That, and then there's a door there. Lockpick? I thought it was a bookshelf. I'm like, how do you lockpick a bookshelf? The chaos does not look like the result of anything as deliberate and controlled as a search. It is more likely that there was a fight here, or that everything was simply smashed.
I'm gone.
Heavy crossbow of degradation. +2 thundering burst. Whenever this +2 thundering burst heavy crossbow confirms a critical hit, all enemies in a 15-foot area must pass a reflex saving throw a DC 20 or suffer 1 damage to intelligence score per round for 1d6 rounds. Okay, so it's same as my great axe. Secrets of Great Sorcery. Okay. So that crossbow I'm probably just going to give to Ember. These two are spec for magical barrier trembles from which power seething within it, power which seems hostile, disturbing and dark.
Let's head out.
Okay. Now, to return. Doors on this side were there. I do want to go back when I eventually can pass through them. I never checked out the rest of this location. I just went in and talked to them and then did nothing. And I didn't even try talking to the tortured angel. Ting, who am I? Okay, let's try and talk to the angel. The angel is surrounded by a powerful magical barrier. Perhaps there is something in the laboratory that can destroy it. I hope so. So I'm going to have to go to the heart of the laboratory. The fog enveloping you seems at once as thick as soup, yet almost transparent. Strange silhouettes emerge in the fog. You blink and you see someone standing next to you. Blink again and there's no one there. Voices can be heard in the fog, young and old, men and women, loud and barely audible. They say disconnected phrases, but not in unison. One voice may start a word, then another voice finishes it. Closer, closer, come this way. With us you won't be alone. Why aren't you coming? Why can't we see you? Who are you? Who are you? Just thinking, they say disconnected phrases but not in unison. One voice may start a word, then another voice finishes it. So it's closer, yeah, closer, welcome this way. That's all I could think of when I thought of that. Who are you? Silence stretches out for a few moments. Who are we? Who am I? I? What are you doing to us? Why won't you open up? Wrong, wrong. Get out of the fog. Begone, illusion. Power roils within you, bursting free, piercing through the eerie fog and hurtling forward to the source of it, and slams into you. You hear the howl of many voices, then the fog dissipates and the voices subside. Okay, I'm in a stairway to limbo.
Tread lightly.
Look into my eyes. No, don't look away. You're not a coward, are you, Crusader? It's Camellia. Just like that, one after another. Guess who I'll take next? The vision fades to black. After a moment's pause, Camellia pouts. It was just an illusion. Is that what you dream of? Camellia fixes you with a stare. You never know what you may see in a nightmare, but it's over now, and I am glad. All that stuff frightened me. That was a nightmare, wasn't it? You must have been scared too. Yes, it was a nightmare sent by demons. I found it very frightening too, of course. Are you ready to move on? Of course, we must destroy the demon that shows such terrible illusions. Oh, it's one of these where I get my party back slowly. Not in order, because it would have been Reg. 'll 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 'l 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 ' So, 4 more party members. Who's next? Regil. Predictable. He dreams of nothing. Regil gives you a stiff nod, Commander. What happened to you? To me, nothing. I assume an attempt was made to invade my mind, to extract some secret urges, passions. Thankfully, like any good officer, I possess none of those things. Ready to move on? Ready and then some. I insist that we move off without delay. We must find whatever it is that is trying to influence us. I love the fact that he's like, yeah, no. Come this way. With me, you won't be alone. Blind fools, you thought you could push me around. You thought I'd be your servant. Me? Now you're going to be my slaves, and no one will ever dare to command Wenduag again. There's also someone else there. Oh, I see. You'll pay for this, impudent slave. I'll chain you to my throne like tamed beasts, and I'll rip the tongue out of anyone stupid enough to open their filthy mouth. Wenduag's face twists in disappointment, but upon seeing you, she summons up an ingratiating smile. I knew you would come for me, mistress, even when I was held captive by those illusions. Your fantasies are quite extreme. Wenduag smiles cautiously. What's wrong with dreaming of power? Everyone wants power, mistress, and anyone who doesn't has the heart of a slave. Yes, I love power. I love to command. That's why I joined you, the strongest and most majestic warrior in all the world wound. As your servant, I stand to gain everything I dream of. The hunter gives you an obsequious look. Are you ready to keep going? Of course, mistress. Forcing those demons to their knees and making them beg for mercy was a sweet illusion, but bringing that dream to life will be all the sweeter. Okay, so are we going to get Daeron next, or are we going to get Aruchale? I'm guessing Daeron might be last because of technically the love interest. Nope, I was wrong. My dear cousin, I never thought you'd wear armour even in your bedchamber. In my bedchamber, I usually wear nothing at all. You have permission to confirm this for yourself. What? What else do I have permission to do? Whatever you wish. Daeron? The illusion dissipates. Daeron's eyes immediately snap open in amazement, but he quickly realizes what happened and swears under his breath. Then he turns to you, guiltily throwing up his hands. Demon magic. I bloody hate demon magic. Well, well, well. It would be wiser for you to hold your tongue, Daeron mutters. Listen, no. Just try to put yourself in my place. You're a young lad from a noble family. You have a distant cousin, and she is stunning. A lady, a knight, a queen, a beauty. You interact with her, but not enough to dispel the infatuation. In your rare moments together, she is unfailingly affectionate toward you. And on one such occasion, she reveals how lonely she is and how pleased she is to have kinfolk in this world. Gods, when I was 13 or 14, Galfrey was the queen of my dreams. Of course, as I grew older, my eyes were opened, and I saw the ruler of Mendev as she actually was. So all that, it was just nonsense, an echo of an unsatisfied youthful longings. I wonder what would happen if I met Galfrey and told her all this. I'm being blackmailed by a little dragon. How far the mighty have fallen. Black what? I'm only joking, the dragon snorts. But use your head next time before you start talking about things like that in front of children. I was kind of expecting to see myself in your dream. More fool you. You simply didn't watch my dream until its conclusion. I don't know. I can't recall what I need, what you need for Waldriff. I don't know if it's just time or whatever, or if you have to go to a certain location. You could always just Google it. A minute more and you would have seen me rejecting the advances of my dear cousin, laughing in her face and striding out ahead of the right royal tantrum that ensued. For that is my true secret wish. I'm quite certain that you'd rather not find yourself in that particular dream. Okay. Are you ready to keep going? Lead on, guiding star and tormentor mine. Yeah, I'm not sure when Waldriff comes back at all. I can't remember. It's been such a long time since I played the game. Hello, Ruchelet? Your eyes, Selena. I always see a light in them. Is that inner strength or perhaps the spark of your soul? Hear this with me. I want to possess you, to own you. Oh, this is getting dark. The vision fades to black and Arushale covers her face in horror. No, no, I don't want that. I don't want to want that. Such interesting fantasies you have. Please don't. I know I'm a monster. I pray that I can keep myself in check. It's just this place. It would wake the demon in anyone, even a mortal. Please don't be sad. Maybe I am a scary, horrible dragon, but I'm not a monster. You're not a monster either. Aw, Ivu. Ruchelet musters a weak smile. Thank you, Ivu. You're so sweet. Your presence makes everything a little brighter. A glimmer of a smile plays on Camelia's lips. Your passion was so intense. When one wishes to possess something very badly, one can sometimes break it in the heat of the moment. Wouldn't you agree? This isn't an excuse to mock me. It's not my fault I feel these things. Camellia blinks innocently. Why, I'm not mocking you in the least. I too experience powerful emotions. Are you ready to move on? Yes, I'm almost certain that a demon is creating these illusions. A very strange and powerful demon. We have to find them. Quick save. When do you get Waldriff? So I'm interested too. Back fairly early on Act 3. You can wander around the world map and you'll start getting encounters that lead to him fairly quickly. And someone's like, I'm in Act 4 already, never did find Waldriff. Maybe on my next playthrough. Let's follow the random encounters in Act 3. Towards Wintersun, I think. I got him back pretty quickly. Of course, this derails into everyone talking about XP gain, because that was another thing that the OP mentioned. If you go south of Dresden to Wintersun, you should get him before reaching Wintersun. First, there's a random encounter with cultists, and there's his encounter. 2 times I've gotten him before reaching Wintersun. So you need to go towards Wintersun, Amix. Or Amix. I never asked how you wanted your name pronounced. Or are my ex. Head south from Dresden, as in follow the path south of Dresden to Wintersun. So I think I got one of the encounters, but not the second one. Okay. Probably try that after I've done this, because I'd like to get Waldriff back. Myself. Not for any particular use in a party, just because. Oh, hello. Enemies in my home. I won't let you pass the threshold. My queen, I shall save you from this beast. The prey has fallen right into my lap. If I kill you, my name will be on everyone's lips.
No match for me.
The spirits demand your blood!
Oh god damn it, Darren needs to mount really quick. Or everything could just die stupidly fast. Beneath the top layer of the quivering red mass, you can make out the features of various demons. Ooh. An eyeless Lilitu opens its mouth in a silent scream. A Penagi wriggles its multi-jointed limbs, broken tails and wings trembling. All of it is connected, fused into a single whole, and this whole twitches convulsively as you approach. You hear voices, the same ones that called to you in the fog. I wane, I dwindle, I gasp for breath. What are you? Now, nothing. You killed, ruined, but you, what are you? The voices are unleashed in a drawn-out shriek like a death cry. Kill it, now you can be at peace. The voices in your head subside. The unpleasant sensation of an alien presence also disappears. Knowledge Arcana.
Completed.
This medley of flesh and limbs of various demons seems like a single organism, the result of some monstrous experiment.
I'm gone.
Okay. Before you is some kind of magical device. It looks old and broken. A large, oddly shaped crystal is wedged tightly into a slot in the device. Touch the crystal.
Day 4. Farost, 4632. Experiment, wounded demons. Subject, a Lilitu and several lesser demons maimed in battle with crusaders. The fusing of body parts of different life forms has been done many times before, and is of no interest to me. The focus of this experiment is the fusing of souls. Desired result, to preserve the specific abilities of the donor subjects in the final fused entity. The idea is promising, and may influence my other research.
Oh no, stupid Suture. He forgot. He clean forgot. We have abyss barriers in this place. Demons can cross them, but others can't. Clever. You can get through if you have the key. Here, take it. Why? wonder if this leads all the way back or... No, that's the old.
Follow my
Okay.
steps.
Does this just lead to that weird staircase or to the main part of the lab? Because I want to go and free that angel. If I can. The barrier surrounding the frozen angel shimmers disconcertingly. Well, examine the barrier. The barrier appears to have been created from the essence of the abyss and reinforced with the spells repelling any living creature not of this dark plane. Destroy the barrier. You see a beautiful silver-haired woman whose face displays unusual heavenly tranquility. Now you can get a good look at her wings. One looks strong and is covered in white feathers, just as you would expect of an angel, but the other wing, it looks like a framework of mismatched bones, with a grimy purple substance stretched across instead of webbing, and it is covered in something akin to scabs or strange scales. The angel awakens, I thought it was, and unexpectedly inclines her head in greeting. I do not know who you are, stranger, but thank you for freeing me. I am Targona, blade of Iomede's heavenly host. My captivity, though I was ignorant of it, lasted so long. How did you end up here? I was brought here from the brink of death. I had been fighting the Baelord Darazand alongside a troop of crusaders when we were struck by the Echo of Descari, a demon of terrifying power and cunning, and an old enemy of mine. All my comrades perished, and the two demons set upon me like predators savaging a bird. The Echo ripped off my wing and left me to die among the bodies of those I had failed to protect. And then she appeared, the architect of the world wound. The angel's gaze darkens. Sometimes I am amazed at the vast power, terrifying or benevolent, that can reside in a mortal. However, Arilu is no longer mortal. She brought me here. She treated me as much as she could, or as much as she deemed necessary. I can hardly remember those first days in the laboratory. Pain, strange magic, purple flames flickering around me. Arilu spent hours casting spells over me. I was chained the whole time, though I was too weak to fight or flee. There was nothing else for me to do but to talk to her, and to try to glimpse inside that black soul. I don't know what I hoped to find in there. Perhaps the smallest glimmer of light, hope that all this could be remedied. All I saw was twilight, a veil of arrogance and secrets that Arilu used to keep herself separate from the world. Her thoughts were occupied by some grand experiment. I was of little interest by comparison. When she had finished her work, she put me into a deep sleep, a healing sleep. She said it was necessary to allow my new abominable wing to settle in. I have been in that sleep until now. What grand experiment was Arilu planning when she captured you? I need to fix my posture. So I'm sat like a goblin. And a big stretch. She wanted to perfect her accursed wound, the second opening, as she called it. The rift was to be larger and more stable, opening a road to Golarion from new abyssal realms. What shocked me was that she talked about the disastrous consequences of her plan with total equanimity, as though they were minor details that were but a distraction from the experiment itself. I also know that her experiment required a mortal soul, perhaps as a sacrifice to some dark rite that would siphon the mortal's life force and use it to perverse ends. I heard, or rather pieced together from what I overheard, that the soul belonged to a child. Arilu, like many demons and demon spellcasters, has the ability to wrest souls from their bodies and contain them in special vessels. The vessel containing that soul was delivered to the laboratory soon after I was brought here. Arilu was unusually distressed that day. She talked to me more than usual. That's when I learned the details of her plan. I was aghast when I realised that she was discussing the soul of a child, a soul which she likely wished to sacrifice. I cannot describe the horror I felt. What's wrong with your wing? Is the work of Arilu. The wing is fully functional. Its creator isn't known as the architect for nothing, but it frightens me. There is more of the abyss in this wing than in the eyes of an enraged Baelor. It's an abomination. Camelia's eyes watch transfixed as the wing, assembled from bones and slimy film, moves in time with the angel's breathing. Her eyes drink in every articulation, every joint on the moist membrane. Glad Pernt's not here. If I were you or your commander, Angel, I would immediately order that the demonic wing be amputated. It is corruption that has been placed inside you. The consequences of that will be inescapable. You may be right, Knight, and my superiors in heaven may make the same decision. Finian! I don't use you! Finian's voice trembles. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry this happened to you. It's terrible. She should never have been. No living creature should ever be treated like that. Why didn't you get out of here or summon the warriors of heaven to help you? Even the goddess cannot hear me within these walls. This place, it belongs to the abyss, not the material plane. I could not call for any help, only pray for a miracle. Perhaps your arrival is the answer to that prayer. I know what it's like, being cut off from everything you know, from everything that makes you who you are, whispers Arushale. The angel's gaze stops on the succubus and flames blaze up in her eyes. Demon, weren't you one of my captors? The succubus instinctively bares her teeth in response and hisses threateningly. Her claws grow long and suddenly you see the old Arushale, the fearsome demon of the abyss. Okay. After a momentary standoff in complete silence, the angel suddenly holds her hands up and the wrathful glow in her eyes goes out. I can tell by your eyes that you know who she is and that you do not consider her an enemy. Forgive me, I spent too long slumbering and my self-control is diminished. I should not have been so hasty to deem your companion an enemy. Can you tell me anything about this place? I only know a little. Arilu once let it slip that this refuge is where she wrote the Lexicon of Paradox, the book of dark magic containing the secret to the world wound's creation. That means this place is older than the wound itself. Arilu must have created it, at least part of it, before her great atrocity. I was astonished at the strange way she seemed to speak of this laboratory. It was as if she despised this place, yet she tried not to show it. There was a moment when I wondered if this hatred was a sign of her contrition. But I was mistaken. Arilu Vorlesh is incapable of feeling contrite, even for a heartbeat. She is like a tempest, hurtling forward and sweeping aside everything in its path. I have to go now. I need to find a way to get out of here. May the power of heaven go with you. If only I could help, but my strength has been drained. Yeah, what a surprise. I need to go back. What was that noise? Need to go back down here. The old wing. Because there was a door. Yeah. I could probably connect. But I'm really interested in where this goes, just in case it doesn't connect. Because it's always a possibility. hour and 25 minutes on freedom of movement. Open the door.
You are today's sacrifice!
Marilith. Okay. Came back to life. I always love how the Mariliths give you 6 weapons because they have 6 weapons. Oh. White Dragon and Lockpicker's Kit 2. This Lockpicker's Kit grants its owner a +2 bonus on all trickery skill checks. Does it stack with this? Because I think it might. Trickery 33. But it's an untyped bonus. Fine. Who else has trickery? 6, 7, 34, 8, 9, 30. A Rouchelet. I don't actually need that. Wand of Good Hope. It's really good to have, but I'll keep it for someone else to cast, potentially. White Dragon. +4 armor, medium armor as well. This +4 White Dragon Hide breastplate grants the wearer a cold aura and cold resistance 30. This breastplate can be worn by druids. Okay, that's pretty good. Cold aura. All creatures within 5 feet of this creature take 2d6 points of cold damage at the beginning of its turn. That's terrible. If it was all enemies, it would be great. But all creatures, no thank you. So I just did the protection aura thing. It's annoying because it's a +4 breastplate.
Let us be careful.
So I was kind of glad to come back here then. Let us go back. I'm so tired today. Kind of regret staying up last night and watching a movie. But it was a good movie, so less regret. Go all the way back. I also think that noise that I heard was actually Ivu. Just checking an email that I got. Okay. And back here we are. The lock has been battered by someone's desperate efforts to open it, but the door is sealed shut. Guess we're going the long way around. Ooh, loot. Note fragment from Alilu's laboratory. Selena, send me. Nora the historian emerges with an unexpected suggestion from behind the commander's back. This is just the sort of situation where ingenuity and knowledge of the enemy will be more useful than swords and armor. While she speaks, she thinks, I need to prove myself. Huh. A ripped book lies in the center of the room. Beneath the title in large letters, Lexicon of Paradox, are lines of text written in hasty, bold script. A shimmering purple haze rises from the pages. You are about to step over the threshold when the haze glows brighter. The power within you responds, roiling in agitation, but you feel no sense of danger. Rather, it's as though you are experiencing a chemical reaction to this unknown phenomenon. Look around. You are distracted by a rustling sound and the heavy thud of ungainly footsteps. The dretch looks decidedly pitiful up close. Without the crude stitching that crisscrosses his skin, it seems his body would simply fall to pieces.
So you made it to our treasure trove. Why not take a treasure for yourself? This is knowledge and power. Right now it's nothing, but it will become what you want it to be.
First you'll answer my questions, demon.
Go and ask them then. I don't have all day.
I see a book, but you're talking about some kind of power. What does that mean?
This book is an old notebook for recording experiments. The power is the result of one of those experiments. My lady decided to bind it to the pages for some reason. It's the ultimate convergence of theory and practice, savvy? She gave a lot to learn how to cultivate and strengthen souls, and this is the result.
My advice is to burn that book, and that demon, and this whole laboratory, and then find Rilu and burn her.
I love his stoicness and just like, yeah, we need to do that. Don't care if it sounds like atrocities, we need to do it. Anything for victory. Well, almost anything. Gotta stick to lawful acts. You're just going to give this power to me? Also, thank God that this is voice acted.
As if one mutilated dretch could stop you. That's not it. My lady knew that sooner or later, someone would come for the book. She told me not to interfere. She doesn't tell me her reasons. She said to come here and wait, to make sure that the gift finds its owner. That's what I've done. She also told me not to hide from whoever comes, and so I haven't.
What experiments are mentioned in the book?
All of them. Rifts, mythic powers, planar magic, transformation, hibernation. All them things that I obviously know a lot about. You've seen the lab, of course. I also know that the book contains everything about her work on the World Wound. It's a pity. The book's looking worse for wear. Who knows what notes are still left inside?
Tell me about Canabras and your transformation into a halfling. I want details.
You're a shrewd one, aren't you? Nothing gets past you, does it? She wants details, she says. I was disguised as a halfling, yes. Did I have to drag your body to the Crusaders? I did. Did I then have to slip you a weapon? I did. Do you think I'd have managed all that if I'd been gallivanting around Canabras in my own skin? As to the purpose of the whole performance, don't ask me. I know nothing. My lady don't bother sharing such details with me.
Found out everything I wanted to know.
That's good. That's good indeed. Knowledge leads to progress, eh?
Who cares who set this whole thing up? You're not going to turn down power that's fallen into your lap. And if you gain power, that means I'll gain power too.
What a charming demon. He certainly does not wish us any harm. There's no reason at all for us to doubt his words. There is no possible way that this book could be a nefarious trap. Not in the slightest.
Nope, no chance of it. I either want to do good or chaotic. Chaos because of the Azata stuff, good because good. Or I could refuse, but I don't want to refuse because it's loot. I have to take it. For more chaos. I started off really good and I'm going to lead into more of the chaos. Chaos! Yay! This is a mythic rank up. Lexicon of the Paradox Part 1. Your fingers barely graze the book when the purple glow flares brightly and a series of inscriptions, diagrams and sketches flash by, imprinting themselves in your memory as if you've always known them. Power fills you, just as wrathful and overwhelming as in the battle for the Wardstone or the moment you acquired the Sword of Valor.
Daskari's here. Daskari himself. Blimey! One minute we had a dragon, the next, bam, she was gone. What are you gonna do? Fight or flee? If fleeing's your plan, let me help you out. I've got a scroll here with a good protective spell.
Get lend me a weapon, I'll try to fight the demons.
Sure thing. Here, take this. Best crossbow I've got. The person who made it said it could pierce the hide of a demon lord even. Good luck! Try not to get eaten now!
Halfling's words are drowned out by the terrible rumbling and the rustling of countless tiny wings.
Yes, very good. A dose of bravery or a bit of honor. It could be nothing else. Or perhaps her instincts are hinting.
Milady, this creature's about to die. Shouldn't you...
We already had this sort of cutscene. She casts Featherfall.
That's it. I've done as she asked. Now I can return to my lady.
Why did Aurilu need someone to shoot Daskari back in Canabras?
She needed to spill his blood. The blood of a demon lord is a powerful thing and very useful, you see. It's a priceless reagent. You can make so many things out of it. A wondrous blade, for example, that can turn even a wardstone to dust.
Okay. He's going to escape anyway. Because, I mean, look at this. I'm gonna do this one. Because this one sort of fits in, like, learning how to talk like a noble from Darren, the love interest.
I will. Farewell.
And mythic rank up. Okay. I just hope that wasn't an act rank up. Well, an act progression. Ooh. Booklet of Renegation. This booklet grants the wearer a +5 bonus to AC against ranged touch attacks. Well, if only I was using someone that used a buckler. Unfortunately, my Camellia is dual wielding. Experiment transformation crystal. There's more stuff to do. There's more to explore. Oh, quick save, because I may want to reload. Strange device with a slot for a crystal awaits your next move. Okay. Experiment transformation crystal into the socket.
Day 28. Cullis drill. 4606. Experiment. Transformation. Subject. Arilu Vorlesh. Human female with a clear affinity for arcane magic. Objective: to fuse a mortal soul with the essence of the abyss. Predicted result: the formation of a full-fledged half-demon on the basis of a mortal being. Potential risks unknown. The death of the subject is extremely likely. I will continue to monitor the experiment for as long as I can.
Okay. Suture.
Day 20, Farast 4606. Experiment, the suture. Subject, former Arachne subjected to extreme exposure when passing through the world wound. As a result of this exposure, the demon was reborn as a Dretch, a unique event in demonology. The reborn demon also acquired serious malformations, which did not respond to standard treatment methods. Objective: to assess the threat to other demons to stabilize passage through the world wound. The survival of the subject is also desirable for the purposes of further observation.
Next. Place the secret of great sorcery crystal in the socket.
Well, well. It seems that someone has been meddling with my projector without permission. Again. How many times have I told you not to do that, I made this recording for the sole purpose of telling you that when I return, I shall be very, very angry.
Yes. Okay. Let's explore down here. Actually, green methyl rank up 4. Azata. So now I get superpowers. I can also summon more stuff, but I hardly use the summons. Mythic feat. Oh, I will need to do this all again. Okay, improved mythic critical. I thought that's what it would be. Yeah, definitely. Great axe. Now, I don't really use magic as much as I want. Whenever an enemy makes a saving throw against her spells, they roll the dice twice and take the worst result. I'm mostly casting long-term buffs and then using Song. That gains a bonus equal to mythic rank to all skill checks. Whenever she makes a skill check, she rolls the die twice and chooses the best result. She also becomes proficient with all types of weapon and armor. That could be fun, although I don't mind what I'm using right now. Incredible Might. Azata gains a morale bonus equal to her mythic rank on attack and damage rolls. Whenever she hits with a charge attack or confirms a critical hit, the target has to pass a fortitude saving throw with DC equal to 10 plus your mythic rank plus strength modifier. If the target fails a saving throw, one of the following action happens at random. They're stunned, they're prone, they're pushed away 15 feet and stunned, they're crippled and can no longer move and suffer a -3 penalty to attack rolls and AC. They become exhausted, or they just die. Additionally, Azata can decide to lose these advantages to instead bolster the physical abilities of companions. They gain a bonus on all attack and damage rolls equal to +1 per 2 Azata's mythic ranks. So it's +2 on attack and damage rolls on everybody. That would be worth it. Azata chooses one teamwork feat during this and next mythic rank up. She shares the effects of all teamwork feats she has with allies within a 50-foot area. Azata's charisma inspires her allies so much that even when their hit points drop below 0, they continue to fight, even though they are still considered dead or unconscious. For all effects, and can be cured by Breath of Life or similar spells as per description. After the encounter or upon receiving a total number of attacks equal to the Azata's charisma ability modifier shared among all allies, the allies in this state fall dead or unconscious. If all the Azata's allies die that way, she becomes fully drained and dies. So I can't get everything. Okay. Azata gains fast healing equal to half her mythic rank. From 4th mythic rank on, this number is increased by +5 per mythic rank. Damn. Whenever an enemy confirms a critical hit against Azata, her inner endurance is unleashed. She gets 1d6 temporary hit points per mythic rank, and if she has 25% or less hit points left, she gains DR10. Always under the effect of the haste spell as long as she's engaged in combat. All melee and ranged weapon attacks against her have 20% mischance. All targeted spells aimed at her 10% mischance. All the damage from area attacks against her is halved, even if previously reduced by saving throw. Note, when characters have mischance... oh yeah. And zippy magic. All skilled is great because I'm a skill monkey. But supersonic speed and incredible might are amazing. I'll eventually get all 3 of them because of this. What I want first though. So incredible might, basically I lose the bonuses. So I lose a +4 to attack and damage rolls. It's a morale bonus as well. Oh, wait a minute. It's a morale bonus, so that doesn't stack with Good Hope. Is it Sweet Sleep? Good Hope. +2 morale bonus. Yeah, so that makes things a little bit easier. Azata. Improved crit, great axe. Supersonic speed are all skilled. I do like supersonic speed. Could take supersonic speed. Oh, those really, ooh. Field of, I get more these amazing spells. Azata invokes Voices of a Renewal. This spell damages all enemies within a 30-foot area for 1d6 + 1 per caster level sonic damage, while channeling positive energy that cures allies. Okay. Plus 4 morale bonus on checks to overcome spell resistance and increase the saving throw DC of their spells that require a will saving throw by 2. Okay. This spell removes fatigue and exhausted effects from all party members. Hell yeah. Field of Flowers. Zata creates a 30-foot area of blossoming flowers. They entangle and calm enemies. Enemies have to pass a reflex saving throw. They try to pass a saving throw each round while they're within the affected area. If the enemy failed the saving throw the first time, they are distracted by flowers. Distracted enemies receive a -2 penalty to attack and damage. If the enemy failed the saving throw the second time, the enemy becomes staggered. If the enemy failed the saving throw a third time, the enemy falls asleep for 1d4 rounds. After the enemy awakes from the sleep, he is immune to being staggered or fall asleep from this spell, but still suffers the penalties. Okay. Take Unbreakable Heart. Now I get to choose another one. Don't really care about these, so I'll get another one. I already have that, I think. Let's do Hideous Laughter and Cacophonous Call, why not? Okay, Regal, or Regal. Sorry for the music cutting out, all the sound effects. Demon Cleaver. I just want to make sure I get all of this right, because the builds that I'm going for synergize really well. Improved crit. Most things I think are getting improved crit. So he now has a ×4 and a ×5. I have a ×4. Then Camellia. Improved critical. You already have greater injury. Okay, so everyone's getting improved critical by the looks of it. Yeah, sure. Is Dayron the exact same? He gets enduring spells. Good.
I welcome your company.
Enduring spells. Yeah. And then Wenderwagon Ruchle, I don't really care too much. I don't have a build for them, I mean, not care about them. Deadly Aim. When you use Deadly Aim, oh yeah. So that's just a lot more damage. Static damage at that. Crit. The base attack bonus. So this is just going to be so much damage. Well, it's +1 damage on every attack, I think. Oh no. It's +1 times by the +4 stuff. I think I'm going to take that over anything else. Of course, weapon focus would be good. Let's do that. So now she was doing like 20 plus 21 or something, I think. Maybe. Deadly aim is doing +9. So she got 3 damage. But that's 15 damage because this attacks twice and then all that. It's going to benefit Arushale a lot more though. Yeah. Go for it, Arushale.
The struggles never cease.
We've now got a +19, which is less than Wendawag, but she attacks 6 times. Okay. Let's continue with the looting.
Tread lightly.
Oh, I forgot about this door. I've already been here, I believe. Yep. So it did meet up. Is there anything behind here, or is it just a way out, maybe? I do want to try this, though, whatever it is. There's a door. Locked. Oh. Keys. Let's open a rift to the hut. No, there's got to be a key. Unless I can come here later. Or no, this is the way out. She locked the door. Relu's laboratory locked door. Oh, okay. That's why you were mentioning Dimension Door before. To get past this locked door. Dimension... no. Don't have Dimension Door. Unfortunately. As far as I know. I only have it on Ember. Which is unfortunate. But I could be missing loot. So let's go to the hut. Maybe I can come back here? That would be nice. Desolate hovel. Yay.
Let's head out.
Well then. Return to the court and talk to Ilks, Wallflower and Aranka. Yeah. I could just teleport back rather than walking. Fight! What I want to see. Also makes me wonder if I can actually change characters in my party setup.
Let me draw the first blood.
'88 crit from Regil. God damn. Fight.
Attack!
Lasso. Yay.
Go
Oh,
for
and
the
a
heart!
Gibberleth. Oh, Gibberleth. You two.
I'll rip you apart! Killing is what I was made for.
86 crit. She has the ring on, right? Nope. Merciless shot. Oh, +1 to attack. Deals 1d6 piercing damage. Okay. Want to make sure that that's actually working. Don't see the d6. Oh, unless... she doesn't have anything that's increasing her to 3d8. Whatever.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Let us be careful.
Let's leave. Don't want to enter there yet. Cancel. There's someone on the road, get ready. Is this the Walgif thing?
No, what is that?
I think that is because of all the traps.
helpful, am I not? What do we have here? Now what is that?
So many traps.
I hope you appreciate this. I am helpful, am I not?
Hello, cultists. Here he is, Waldrop. Think. Accept this sacrifice. Oh no, Waldrop's there. Curse you all. Praise be to Iomedae. It's her, the one who killed our brothers and sisters. Death to the killer, die! Death to the killer, die! Waldrop rises from the stone throne and halts the sacrifice with a raised hand. The cultist holding the knife over the victim on the altar stops. Waldrop is wreathed in blue flame and the demonic shadow rises up behind him. Easy now, we're all friends here. This was just a little misunderstanding. You thought you'd come across Crusaders, but they're big fans of our Lord Baphomet too. Waldrop half turns to you, his right eye twitching, which you interpret as an attempt to wink discreetly. Ain't that right? Yeah. A misunderstanding. Hail Baphomet. Waldrop's face lights up. Right, exactly. Pilgrims of the World Wound, meet the finest member of our big family. Hey there, Chief. Long time no see. Why don't we hold off on the sacrifice for now? We need to drink to this happy meeting, am I right? Yeah, let's do that. Tie that one up on the altar up again. We'll get round to slaughtering it later. Ivu looks between you and Waldrop in puzzlement. We're playing some kind of game, yes? How come nobody told me the rules? Yes, it is a game of the great forces led by our Lord Baphomet, and you are a worthy player in that game, you evil spawn of the abyss. Ah, I get it. Wait, let me think of what to say. You're right, my evil comrade. I will help you sow horrific horrors and strike fearsome fear into the hearts of mortals. The world has never seen a creature like me before and knows not what I am capable of. The little dragon is practically bouncing with enthusiasm. Ivu is great. Apparently, when I get back to the world map, you need to go like straight south from Dresden and just there's 2 encounters that you can get. I got one with the cultists, I think, yesterday. Half of them ran off, the other half I murdered. The cultists exchange looks and whispers. The chief cultist lowers his knife. If the Crescent of the Abyss says so, then welcome. Make yourselves at home in the temporary camp of the Pilgrims of the World Wound. But why did you attack our brothers? Ivu will tell you why we attacked our brothers. They stole our sweeties. The cultist looks unconvinced, to put it mildly. Waldrop rolls his eyes and interjects. The real reason why they attacked our fellow cultists was because the chief sometimes has these fits of insanity and battle rage. It is a blessing from Lord Baphomet. The chief goes crazy. She goes crazy and gets twice as strong as normal. But if the blessing kicks in at the wrong moment, well, that's just bad luck for you. I've had to get away from the crazed chief a few times, so I know what I'm talking about. The cultist casts a wary glance at your weapon, but passes no remarks. It is good that the Crescent of the Abyss, our beacon in the darkness, and our oracle has resolved this misunderstanding. Relax, friends, and after, if you wish, you may join our pilgrimage. I wish I could go to the world map. Show you. This large stone with candles is covered with Baphomet symbols. It seems that the cultists used it for an altar. Yeah, I'm not ready to talk to you yet, Walgif. I need to loot the camp. Check all your supplies are in good working order. But to hide stuff from me won't work.
I'm gone.
Stupid perception. So much so that the person without the highest perception noticed it. Deval. The man you saw on the altar is now tied up on the ground, his head hanging down. He is young, but his brown hair is prematurely peppered with grey. His expensive but practical clothes are stained and worn. The man's pale cheeks have developed a scraggly beard over his time in captivity. The prisoner looks up at the sound of your footsteps. His eyes reveal nothing but wariness. You are not one of them. Only idiots who are desperate to believe everything they hear would fall for Walgif's lie. I don't think it's exactly to Wintersun. I think you have to go a certain route to get the first encounter. Then I think around Wintersun you get the second one. You don't have to go into Wintersun, because I didn't. Who are you? Devil Gwenviar. The man's voice sounds hollow and detached. Nobleman, crusader, livestock waiting to be slaughtered. How did you end up here? The crusader's eyes stare into the distance, solely through my own foolishness, because of my inability to fight like a man. I thought the crusade would be the best way to make my mark on history. I dreamt of the glory, of the respect that would be otherwise denied me as the third son of a noble family. When an officer laughed at my skills and called me an ignorant interloper, how right he was. Fate has twisted sense of humor. Let me rewind. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. My more experienced comrades died in this cursed place, one after another, but I survived. There were only 5 of us left in the end. Our hubris was gone. We were jumping at every shadow. And we still weren't cautious enough. I was the only one who survived after we were attacked in the night. I should have realized what was happening when the lookout went missing. Did Walgif order that you be sacrificed? The prisoner looks at you in surprise. Walgif? Oh no, in my better days I wouldn't have let a tiefling like him set foot in my house. I wouldn't have guessed at the wonders of generosity he was capable of, but fate has led us here, and I am glad to have him as a companion. I despised him at first, but then I realized he was just as much a prisoner here as myself. In turn, he seemed to develop sympathy for me. At least he always tried to stave off my death, and he entertained me with his tall tales at night. I even grew accustomed to his ghastly street parlance. I should be grateful to Walgif, but... The prisoner shuts his eyes. I'm tired. Death has drawn close so many times and then retreated again, and now I would welcome it. Even death would be better than the waiting. I want to free you. The prisoner inclines his head courteously. Thank you, but that is impossible while the pilgrims of the Worldwound are here. They will just not stand by while I escape. I won't disturb you further. The prisoner lowers his head again. Thank you. If you happen to meet my parents or members of the Gwenviar family, tell them that I died in the wound, praising Iomedae. Quick save. I need a quick drink. Walgif is waiting for you next to the altar, warily wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew, I thought I was done for. Could feel it in my tail that they were going to kill me. If you ain't a sight for sore eyes, Chief. When I heard that the gargoyles hadn't got you, and that you were running the show up at Dresden now, I can't tell you how happy that made me. But that night it all happened, I tell you, I was so scared I couldn't see straight. I wandered around, wondering if my chief and the rest of the gang were lying in an open field with their eyes pecked out. Walgif sighs. Even my conscience prickled a little, thinking about how I ran. But when you look at it from my side, what else was I supposed to do? The actual paladins were getting cut down left, right and centre. And then these pilgrims of the World Wound tell me that Dresden's been reclaimed, that there's a new commander called Selena. Well, I said to myself, there can't be two demon-slaying dynamos with that name. It must be you. So I cut my way through the circles around Dresden, and I waited for you to come out. At one point I got so desperate I almost went right up to the city walls, but I thought better of it. Although an hour in the skull would be a sight better than running in fear of Vortiel. Walgif sucks in a breath and keeps talking in a rush, like he's afraid you'll turn around and walk out. Do you know Vortiel? I don't either, but I remember the name because of what Brother Melroon yelled in the basement at that time. I'm going to tell Hapsamira and Vortiel, or something like that. Anyway, my shadow told me that Vortiel, or Vortiel maybe, is that demon, and I should be scared of him, because he's after the moon of the abyss. But the shadow's a whole other story. But if you want to know why I haven't just come to Dresden, I need your help. It's a matter of life and death, Chief. Slow down, you're not making sense. What's going on here? Walgif lets out a breath. Okay, I'll shut up. I mean, I won't shut up, but ask me what you want to know and I'll tell you. What was that? That was my cunning plan, Chief. Walgif's tail is whipping back and forth so fast it's a blur. Why are you pretending to be a cultist? Walgif raises his hands defensively. Easy there, Chief. I'm no cultist and I didn't just ask you to play along for the fun of it. I had a reason, I swear. And it's not because I've seen what you're like in a fight. I know I've no chance against you. Why did you run the night we fought the gargoyles? He was scared? He's a thief. Run? Me? I fought him. I did. You should have seen me. I got one right on the nose, sent it arse over tea kettle, and it flew off. I've gotten into scrapes a fair few times before. Been caught by surprise in the dead of night more times than I can count. So that's why I leapt up quick as anything, grabbed my knives, and well, of course I made a run for it. What else was I going to do? Just a thief, a city boy. I don't go toe-to-toe with demons. Sure, I said I'd help you and all, but that was before. I didn't sign up for nighttime gargoyle attacks. What kind of idiot attacks in the middle of the night? I thought war would keep more civilized hours, to be honest. Wrong again, so apologies, Chief, but I always end up on the winning side. It's just my nature. You and your lot in the camp that night did not have the look of victory about you. And it's not like I'd have been much help. If a gargoyle snatched me in its claws, of course I decided to run. And run I did. What's your relationship with the Baphomet cultists? Walgif looks pensive. It's complicated. It's a story of unrequited love. Really, they love me. And all I think about is how to get away from them and save my own skin. How did you end up with the cultists? Same way I end up anywhere. I was walking and then here I was. Oh, I should mention at this point my shadow. You know it? Well, it started talking. At first I was so scared. I thought there was someone growling behind me. But then I listened closely, and it was my shadow. It only got out a few words, but I heard the name Vortiel, and I learned that he's a demon, that he wants my moon of the abyss for some reason. And then I learned which direction he was looking for me in. When I heard that, I turned around and went the other way. I'm not an idiot. Those pilgrims of the World Wound clubbed me around the head, and I woke up, and they were already dragging me to the altar. I said to them, "Brothers, don't drag me to the altar. I have a proposition for you, one you won't want to miss." But they paid no attention and kept dragging me. In the end, I had to show them my party piece. They saw my shadow and dropped to their knees, just like that. I fed them a line about how I can speak directly to Baphomet through it, and they lapped it right up. That's why I'm still alive. You said some shadow's been talking to you, is that right? Not just any shadow, my special shadow. After I spent a while running around the world wound, scared out of my wits, it suddenly crept out and whispered in this distant-sounding voice, Votiel, North, Fear Votiel. And the name was familiar, because that's what Brother Melroom yelled out, and I put two and two together. This Votiel was in the north, and I needed to make sure he didn't find me. Bit by bit, I got the shadow to tell me that Votiel was a demon and that he was looking for the moon of the abyss. Who knows why? By the way, I have a couple of thoughts of my own about the moon. I'll tell you about them once we're out of this mess. Remind me why I shouldn't just kill all these cultists here and now? Because, Woljif looks around and lowers his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, they will still be useful to us. You decide to help me, and thanks for not trying to kill them as soon as you got here, by the way. Their leader is a nervous sort. He would have definitely stabbed the lad on the altar if you'd caused a fuss. They think if they perform all these sacrifices, Baphomet's going to appear and hand out powerful spells like candy. What do you want from me? In a nutshell, Chief, I've got a bit of a situation here. One wrong move and I'm a goner. The demon Votiel is in the vicinity, somewhere. A good man has suffered. The cultists are animals. I just want to get out of this and make Votiel back off. But without you, I've no chance. Help me, I won't forget it, as long as I live. Oh, there's so much talking at times. Who is Votiel? All I know is that he's the demon that sent Brother Melroom to get the moon of the abyss. Now that I have the moon, Votiel's after me. I'm already tired of running from him. He's going to catch me soon, I can feel it. What part are the cultists playing in your plan? Woljif glances around, making sure you are not overheard. Do you know why they call themselves the Pilgrims of the World Wound? Because they're itching to meet big-name demons like Baphomet. It's like they're on a pilgrimage. So that got me thinking. Since they listen to me, we can lead them to Votiel and mess with their heads a bit. Say that Baphomet's been calling him nasty names, and let the cultists fight Votiel for us. It'll be a riot. Cultists helping us take out a demon. Well, what do you think? What good man are you talking about? Me, of course. Woljif folds his arms. I'm a prisoner here, you know, and I suppose there's also the other fella, Devil, the one that's tied up. I kind of owe him one. I made a dumb mistake and now he's paying for it. Now don't get me wrong, I couldn't care less about the guy. He got himself into this mess. Except if it wasn't for me, they maybe wouldn't have caught him in the first place. These pilgrims kept asking me, will we have long to wait for the favours of Lord Baphomet? As though just because I have my shadow, I should know. What am I, some kind of demon whisperer? I just put on a kind of knowing air and said to them, do as you have been doing and the favours will come. They took that to mean that they needed to keep cutting people up on the altar. I tried to put them off the idea. They didn't listen. I acted like I was discussing things with my shadow and I kept trying to hold them off, saying that the stars weren't in alignment, that raining eyeballs was a bad omen. I'd run out of ideas just before you showed up, Chief. I was already considering just letting him do it. He was a crusader after all. You know, demons would probably get him in the end either way. It's not my fault that's how they do things. It was either him or me. Woljif sighs and turns away. His tail is twitching from side to side in agitation. There is one way to get both of us out, but I can't imagine it on my own. I can't manage on my own. I need your help. Alright, I'll help you deal with Votiel, just as long as he doesn't die. Or us. Woljif's face lights up and the tip of his tail dances through the air. I always knew you were a special sort, Chief. Let's go break his horns off. We need to go to a patch of scrubland by a bend in the river. It's not far, I'll show you. Nothing interesting about the place at all. but that's where I was when my shadow came out and started pushing me back the other way. It said that Votiel would find me easily there, and that he'd swoop in and tear me limb from limb as soon as I popped up. I wasn't long turning away from that place, I tell you. There's just one other thing. We need to round up my lackeys and send them off on an errand. While they're gone, we can free the prisoner. No point leaving him here to be bored stiff, right? Listen up, brothers, sisters, the Shadow has spoken. It says that the demon will come to a secret place, a wasteland where there are almost no trees left, next to a bend in the river. We once passed by there, but we took a wrong turn and didn't find it. Hello. Glorious day. Before we set off, I say we make the sacrifice. I say let's hold off on the sacrificing. Times are wasting and demons are busy, you know. Leave your things and go. I must meditate before such an event. And when I'm all meditated out, I will come and I'll come and summon the demon to you. Okay, they just leave. Go. Commander, a moment of your time? Everyone wants to talk to me. The young crusader cautiously gets to his feet, unable to believe that he's finally free. At last the day has come when those odious faces will no longer be looming over me. The cultists hid my weapons and armour somewhere. I'll find them and then take my leave of this place forever. They're over there with the rest of the stolen stuff. I made sure they didn't go walkies in the night. I hoped you'd make it out of this somehow. Thanks to your efforts, Waldriff. Go, time is of the essence. If there is a demon hunting you, better to lure him into a trap and strike first. What are you planning to do now? Find my armour and weapons, find something to eat, then leave this place as quickly as possible. The Crusader looks ahead with grim determination. Perhaps I will die in the wound, but I will die with a sword in my hands, not like an animal at a slaughterhouse. And if I do make it out, I shall build a temple in Iomede's honour in my hometown. You're rich enough to build a temple if you fancy it? You were complaining that your parents don't give you enough money. I think we have slightly different conceptions of what counts as enough money. In any case, money is no longer a concern of mine. My life and my legacy belong to the goddess who sent you and the commander to my aid. So, Desna, get it right. Alright then, farewell, good luck. May Iomade keep you. Goodbye, Wendoag. Oh. I may have your stuff. Finders keepers. Okay, I need to level up Waldriff now. I don't even know if I was doing a specific build with him. I'll have to check. Waldriff. Been doing a guide? Maybe not. No, I wasn't doing a guide. I was building it myself. It's probably a bad idea, honestly. I may respec him off stream. Free Waldriff level. What level was he anyway? Level 7. I lost him almost immediately. I did Eldritch Scoundrel, but then I was going to take him into Arcane Trickster. Or I already had taken him into Arcane Trickster. Yes, I had. Perception, mobility, trickery, stealth. Use magic device. I don't need knowledge arcana anymore. Get 2 spells. Range touch attack. I don't think there's... It's fireball. Actually, vampiric touch would be decent for him, I think, as well. I think I might actually want... Spiked Pit can be really useful. Yeah, I think I'm going to rebuild him off stream. Reduce person. I was going Arcane Trickster because as an Eldritch Scoundrel, he misses out on a bunch of sneak attack. Impromptu sneak attack. Okay. Feet. Outflank. Because I've learned that it's such a good thing. I also wanted to... What was... Teamwork. Seize the moment. I spelt it wrong. Yeah, I really want seize the moment on people. Needs combat reflexes. Okay. Outflank it is. And more spells. Really wish he got haste. They might do next level, maybe. Getting fireball from... Oh. And see invisibility, why not? Great. I definitely will be rebuilding him. Build fireball. Minimum damage to allies. Dragon breath. Large person mass. Could be fun, actually. So many spells to choose from. Acid Pit's kind of good as well. Dimension Door. Now I have 2 people that can cast Dimension Door. Yeah. Combat reflexes is probably what I need to take. I think I already got 2-weapon fighting, maybe, at some point. Oh, there it is. I'm going to take improved 2-weapon fighting. damage roll, so I already have that. Acid pits, greater invisibility. Thundering blows. I think sneak attacker, not really worth it. Although it can go above the R cap. They have do weapon fighting, or I do weapon focus dagger. I think I'll do 2 weapon fighting. You can cast the first spell after an initiative roll as a swift action if that spell is either of a first level or is at least 2 levels lower than the maximum level of spells you can cast. Be fun. Can't remember what spells he has, so let's do 2 weapon fighting, and then we're unrelenting assault, because I already have someone doing leading strike. I think I have Darren doing that. Okay. Flawless attacks only suffer a -4 penalty on your iterative attacks instead of a -5 penalty. Don't think that's... It's good, but I don't think it's really necessary. I think I'll just do weapon focused dagger for now. And then all this gear that I gave him. Okay. Retriever's Claw. Crit multiplier, okay. Attrition dagger, oh that was pretty good. Forget the short bow. Just Claw of Jiska, I don't need you anymore. Shiny dagger. Don't need you. Finian. Sell. I'll keep Finian on. So I have Agile Dagger. +1. What's that for now? Yeah, so the Agile Dagger just doesn't do anything. Sure, I had Edge of Force, that's what I was looking for. Whenever the wielder of this +2 Cold Iron Dagger casts a spell with Force descriptor, it deals additionally 2 force damage per dice roll. That's pretty good. It's also +2. It's only +1 for the common damage. Yeah, I think that's all fine. You don't have that. I really need to increase his crit range. But I think that's fine for now. Well, yeah, swap you like that. Save.
Follow my steps.
Let's go. But yeah, I think you're supposed to go around like some of these areas that connect through towards Wintersun. Like, I can't go this way. I think I got the first one around here. Fair enough. I think I got the first encounter around here. Maybe even around this bend. That might have been it. And then I got the second encounter here. I can't go past this fort. Okay. Oh, God. Crusade management. Oh, they finished. The Sword of Valor, the great relic of the Crusades, mysteriously changed upon coming into contact with the commander. What does this mean? Clerics and wizards could shed some light on the artifact's property. Dangerous kids. A unit of halflings posing as children will serve as bait for the band of demonic kidnappers working in Mendev, then destroy them. So I got 2,000 diplomacy experience points and morale increased by 30. But morale caps at 20, which is awful. Oh yeah, it probably hasn't flagged anything. So he might not have quest line now. The end of the world? Okay. 3 Crusaders ask the commander for an audience. 3 Hell Knights are awaiting an audience with the commander in Dresden. End of the world. Aww. I don't know who my favourite storyline really is. I like Embers a lot because of what's possible with her. And a really funny moment much later on. Priests of which I need to make sure I try and do. Priests of various faiths are asking the commander to banish the followers of a small sect that believes in the imminent demise of Golarion. These doomsayers scorn the gods with their words and demand that everyone bow down before the inevitable end. Okay. It's 600 military XP, okay. If I send them on the suicide mission. Leadership, if I silence them. Crusade morale reduces by 30. Recruitment growth for trainable units increases by 15% for 30 days. The morale hit would have been fine if I could have done this before getting the 30 morale that I just did. Reconcile the sectarians with other priests. Crusade morale increases by 15. Energy points income increases by 3 for 30 days. XP. I might do the military. Hey, Irabeth finally wants to talk. Either leadership or military. Sectarians do not fear death and are always ready for deadly missions. The officers give them the most dangerous tasks, and this both helps the crusade and satisfies other priests. After all, dead sectarians start no arguments. Okay. I can rank up. Oh, diplomacy. Financing a crusade is a costly process, and the diplomatic council has to come up with new tricks to preserve the friendship of countries and nobility sponsoring the commander's army. Yeah, I'm going to issue that immediately. Holy Rain, yeah. So I think this just gives them all the feet. Regardless. And it's just +1 AC against demon units as attacks, so sure. To go to the court, so let's teleport to Dresden. Quick save. I'm going to talk to the court of the Purple Gang first. Do you want to enter this location? Yes, I do. God, I didn't realise it's already past 3 o'clock. Less than an hour left on the stream. Oh, and there's an ad in progress. I am going to quickly take a bio break then while this ad is playing. Be right back. I won't bother changing scenes. And then Pernt's probably going to ask me, are you okay? So be right back. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's why I always talk to everybody. Or try to, if I remember. I do need to do a round of talking to everybody at some point soon. Let's heal. Also, I want to try that. Oh, I have no uses of it. It's a renewal, I think. No, rejuvenating poem. That is amazing. Removes fatigue and exhaustion from all party members. Does this mean I can just keep going for days on end? Yeah, if the mod lets you do it, then fine, go for it. Oh, magical transmuting soil. Have you finished yet? Oh, it's beautiful. It's an amazing mosaic. I like the mosaic more because it will last. I need to go here for. Who did I need to speak to? Let's talk to the. Oh yeah, duh. This place is so inspiring. Okay. Let's talk to these three. The ritual succeeded. Kinda. if I place you there? Does that still work? Yeah, because it's day run.
Let us be careful.
Still, I think she's been away too long. I've tried to trace the teleportation twice and failed. Surely you don't mean that we teleported Selena, the champion of the gods, the Crusaders as Knight Commander, and our friend, to a random point in space, with no way of even knowing exactly where. Ilks is clearly beginning to panic. We're going to call them dimwits. It's exactly what you did, and a great adventure it was too. Selena, you're back. What was it like? Was it beautiful? Asks Aranka with bated breath as her friends erupt in cheers and whoops of jubilation. Whoop whoop! Yeah, I'm going to do this one. The ritual brought me to Arilu's laboratory where she kept her prisoners. I tried to help them. Aranka's eyes widen. But we never even considered that. We never thought your soul could be calling you to a place of corruption and suffering instead of beauty. We never thought that could be your mission. Incredible. We've got to try again. Thal the Wallflower takes a deep breath to speak and says, with all the determination he can muster, "No way. I'm not teleporting our friend to an unknown destination ever again. We'll try once more if we improve the ritual to make it more predictable, but to be honest, I'm not sure it can be done." Aww. I just realised, completely forgot what I was doing with Walgif.
Tread lightly.
Where was the bend in the river that I was supposed to go to? Was it Wintersun? What? I would have expected it to be, closer here, not all the way up here. Glad I cleared out this fort then. I hope. Okay, we'll do that probably tomorrow, and I'll do all this right now. Oh, I need to see if I can build anything. Bunch of stuff now. No. Nope. Snow units. Shelter. I could do that anyway. Oh, I needed to main stables. I need 246. Smithy, main barracks, arsenal. What does the arsenal do again? Provides a +1 bonus to AC for all trainable units in adjoining buildings. Only one arsenal, yeah. I needed to build the main stables for the quest, apparently. Middle game. Build the main stables in Dresden. Then I need to maximize all Crusade stats. Crescent of the Abyss, okay. Recruit. Who are you? Mongrel sharpshooters. 1d6 plus 13. 1d8 plus 20. I need more I need better marksmen. They have more hit points though, do these guys? Yeah, I want marksman. Give me more marksman. Oh, I already have some of them. Oh, what? Hang on a minute. I made another one. Switch to you. Set armor. They should probably hire another general. Or two. I think I might want to get rid of the rangers. They do decent damage compared to others. But it's just not enough. I need more rangers. Sign a general. Recruit a new general. Hunt. All enemy. Okay. I think I might take you, Almaty, Grinning Wolf. Even though I do love spells. Let's see training in this. Like, this is a bonus. I'd love Dispersal of Forces instead of Hunt. Both of them. Let's recruit. Oh, it's just recruit. Better than the Rangers. So... Song of Seasons. Oh yeah, everyone has that now. I also need to level them up a little bit. First, let's quick save and enter Dresden. Because people want to talk to me apparently. Yeah, man. You can do it. You can load. There we go. Always know when it's going to be Dresden because it takes a while to load. Oh. Some say that being a kind person is hard work, that most people can't do it. Is that true? Look at the people standing next to you. Don't you want to love these people? Is it so hard to smile at them? To say a kind word? To share with those in need? Don't you feel joy when you do something good for others? And isn't it wonderful when they do the same for you? Kindness is the easiest and most pleasant thing in the world. A crowd has gathered in the street, young and old, civilians and soldiers. Everyone is listening to the frail elf girl captivated by her delicate voice as it rings out. And what about ungrateful arseholes, huh? You do good for them and they just shit on you in return? Just don't be like them. And don't get angry at these people. They don't know what they are doing. Don't abandon them to their silliness and sins. Keep doing good and you will see, sooner or later, they will realise they were wrong. Yeah. Good. Address the crowd. Listen to her. She will teach you to live good lives. Right, Commander, that's for sure. Thank you for your kind words. I'm not saying anything special. These are simple things. Everyone knows them. Come on, keep talking. One man claps his hands. Others join in with claps and cries of encouragement. All right, I was talking about being kind to your neighbours, and look, the commander decided to set an example. The girl keeps preaching. We'll all die, maybe very soon. How can we waste our short lives fighting? Emma's one of my favourite characters. It's easy to say love other people. Have you seen the mugs on some folk? I feel attacked. There is nothing more pleasant than making someone happier. The girl has a way with words. I like listening to her. How can we defeat the demons if we become like them? Someone I can talk to. Right, now you're talking. If anyone told me that 10 years ago. If evil was done to you, don't store it in your heart. Forgive and let it go. He speaks so beautifully. I'm tearing up, sorry. All of you are wonderful. Everyone in this city is wonderful and kind. What's this ragamuffin blathering on about? Boo, chase her away. I will kill you so quickly. Ember is bobbing her head and humming a tune. She greets you with a carefree, cheerful smile. Her wandering eyes linger on you for just a moment before darting off again into the distance. The people in the city seem to like your sermons. Are those sermons? I just tell people things, simple things. Anyone can figure them out. People are much cleverer than me, but they listen to me and say thank you after. I probably just have a pretty voice. Just making sure there's nothing else. Yep, I have to go. Yeah, Ember is too pure. Definitely. So go, the elf watches you with a radiant smile as you leave. But still, I love one of the people that you can get her to talk to and persuade. And it's like, wait, what? Look at all these purple markers that are getting added. Oh, eventually. There's Waljiff. I need to go wayward. An insane preacher telling a laughing crowd about love, kindness, and nobility of spirit, an ordinary sight in the streets. Every city has its idiots. Oftentimes when the crowd grows tired of listening to sermons, it finds a new entertainment by dragging the preacher to the stake. But this girl has already been tossed on the fire and survived, and despite it all, she continues to appeal to people's better nature. Will she achieve more than others of her ilk? Who's to say? Oh yes, she will. These descriptions are so awful to her. The mob loves a wretch, a feeble-minded, hysterical, starry-eyed preacher. When one of these unfortunates stands on a corner and begins their sermon, a crowd will immediately gather. Some will laugh, some will cry, some will toss a coin at their feet. But will any of them listen? Will they do as they are told? The obvious conclusion, of course they won't. But let's leave our biases aside as we observe how the throngs of Dresden respond to the exhortations of a ragged elf girl. Why do you have to put her down like this? Come on. Do I need to cast Expeditious Retreat on myself or Feather Step? Because you're walking so damn slow. Okay, let's quick save this here. Because people want to talk to me. Today, Irabeth looks unusually lively. Her eyes are shining again, which you haven't seen since the battle for the Lost Chapel. Saluting you, she stands at attention. Commander, forgive me for bothering you with a personal matter, but I just wanted to say how grateful I am to you. During the attack on Dresden, I did not exactly cover myself in glory. You had every reason to throw me out of the army or send me to the condemned, yet you supported me. You helped me regain my footing and continue to fight. I don't want a repeat of Staunton Vane. You will not regret this decision. I swear I will never again let the Crusaders down, neither by my actions, nor by my words, nor by my thoughts. I will be loyal to the Crusade to the end. Why do you feel better now? Thank you, Commander. Irabeth smiles. I have conquered my inner demons. Now I can go back to fighting the real kind. Awesome. Did not expect trees. That was the last thing I expected. Gerenthal the Rock Cleaver. An entire grove seems to be heading your way. A creaking procession of treants and moving trees approaches you, their leaves rustling. I feel sorry for the guards, who was like, yeah, sure, go and speak to the commander. You're a tree. Greetings, Lushbringer, O most worthy leader of the Free Crusaders, says the treant, whose bark is cracked and gnarled. I am Scarenthal, the Rock Cleaver. Like everyone else who has come with me, I am a guardian of the perished woods of Sarkoris. Demons are our sworn enemy. They destroyed or corrupted our forests and drained or poisoned the rivers that nurtured them. Unable to cope with the loss, many of my brethren have succumbed to insanity. Where spring sap once flowed in their veins, now only fury and madness remains. Those of us who retained our sanity guarded the last remaining pockets of forest in the Worldwound without hope. But then, with one wave of a mortal's hand, the abyss-blighted soil was turned into a flowering garden. When we learned of this miracle, we came here to support you and your cause. For the sake of the forests that perished and those that will be born on the healed land, the treant pauses and ends his oration in a grand note. I beg of you, O most worthy one, to recruit us as free crusaders and allow us to join the ranks of your allies and fight under your banners. Free crusaders? Sure, why not? Selena, you should bear in mind that the treants are accompanied by quickwoods, carnivorous plants that often hunt humans. Recruiting them would be akin to letting a pack of ravenous wolves loose in your house. We have Daron with a legitimate wolf in the party. You sense a faint note of anger in the rustling and creaking coming from Scarenthal and his fellow creatures. Do not insult us so, stranger. We wouldn't have come all the way here and extended the branch of friendship and support just to betray our allies' trust. Treants are shepherds to quickwoods, and will ensure they do harm to no one. You don't expect us to abandon them to the demons, do you? They too are living creatures, just like you and every other crusader. But can you really be assured that your charges won't harm anyone? Look, Selena, the best choice for you and those who trust you would be to refuse to accept them as crusaders. Still, if you choose to let them join, make the treants tell you where their groves are located, and promise to burn them down in retaliation for the Quickwoods' wrongdoings, should there be any. Oh, not doing the evil options. I'm going to do this. I'm going more chaotic. Of course I'll accept you as my allies. That said, I didn't like what you said about shepherds, Scarenthal. My allies are not sheep. The Quickwoods have their own life to live without you watching over them. I'm gonna kill people. If that is your decision, we will see it done. Thank you, Lushbringer. Now, if you'll allow me, we have heard tell of a special ritual you perform over your allies. Unite them as crusaders. We don't quite understand all the details of these titles and regalia, but we'd not like to see ourselves going without. We want to be full-fledged members of your company. Genuine enthusiasm rings in the Treants' voice. And sing the Song of Elysium. I will knight you, but you must learn how to play music. Grenthal makes a halting attempt to creak through the tune. Your customs are quite unusual, but intriguing. Thank you for the honour. We'll head to your court and help our brothers and sisters in whatever way we can. Oh, that's gonna be a riot. Kind of want to go there immediately. Oh, a Paralicta, Aminos Renth. They approach as if in military formation, in lockstep, arranged so that the tallest, a white-haired elf, occupies the central position, flanked by the other two. At the same time, it does not seem as though any one of the three is the leader. Knight Commander Selena, we are representatives of the Hell Knights in the no man's land of the Worldwound. Paralicta Aminos Renth from the Order of the Gate, Paralicta Lorana Tai from the Order of the Pike, and Paralicta Gerondiothan from the Order of the Pyre. After introducing themselves, all three turn to Regil in unison and give curt nods. The elf, Paralicta Aminos Renth, turns his gaze on you. His voice is dry and his speech is fastidiously formal. We have come to officially greet the commander of the Fifth Crusade on behalf of the coalition of the Hell Knights Order. The Orders have been and remain fundamentally opposed to demons and demon worshippers. We will continue to act in the no man's land of the Worldwound as an allied force to your armies. Are you willing to participate in joint operations? My armies need support. That is not possible at this moment in time. The Orders are following their own plans. The majority of our forces are deployed far to the west. We are thereby helping you by drawing the attention of demon armies. It's acceptable. Paralicta Derengi's decision to hand over part of his force for you to command was done on his own initiative, but the other orders and even other chapters of the Order of the Godclaw have their own objectives. I welcome our honoured allies to Dresden. Thank you, Knight Commander, and allow us to congratulate you on your victory in the battle for Dresden. Is that all you wanted to say? One more thing. Our chapters, together with the troop led by Paralicta Dereng, intend to establish an outpost, or rather a fortified transfer point for our operations. We have found suitable ruins from the First Crusade and we have begun making them fit for habitation. When the outpost is ready, you will be entitled, as our ally, to make use of the facilities for rest and sustenance when you are making forays deeper into the wound. On that note, we shall take our leave, Knight Commander. Okie dokie. Let's have a look. I want to go back to there and cast Dimension Door now. Right, so I need to make my way over there. So I'm probably going to do that. Because I have nothing else I can do here. Okay. Oh, I do technically need to sell a bunch of stuff as well. Right, quite a lot of stuff, I think. I'm going to keep the kukri. That is amazing. Shock Flaming Corrosive Cold. Oh, Cold Iron, sorry. All enemies. Yeah, I want to give that to Ember. She's still using a crossbow. You have this one. So I dealt with so much stuff. I can get rid of you. I'm going to swap them over. Ooh, shiny. Oh, wait a minute. You can wear this. Oh, never mind. It's terrible. Right? Then you have this one. I like my great axes as well, or the great club, the other great axe. I love great axes in games. They are by far my favourite weapons. Just when you really want to get that personal touch. Nothing says anything like a great axe to the face. Nothing else to do, so let's just go to the streets and sell a bunch of crap. Swords unreasonably infuriate me. Because there are so many swords. Swords here, swords there. All of the time it's swords. Especially in one of the games that I played for years, MMO, Final Fantasy XI. So many different swords in that game. It was just... they also got the most weapon skills, if I remember correctly. Because they got... I think it was Red Lotus Blade as an extra weapon skill. Bulk sell. Sell you. Hand Axe +4. I was keeping that just in case I eventually respec like Wendawag, because sometimes she's really good with throwing axes. In fact, no, that's melee. I can't throw that. Money! Oh god, I've got 447 gold. Short swords. Sell. Claw of Gistka. I'm going to keep this just in case it comes up again. Sell you, sell you. Composite longbow +3. I'm going to keep it because it's a +3. Great Axe +1 I can sell. Holy Crossbow +1 I'm going to sell you. I'll sell you now as well. I'm keeping momentum because it's amazing. Rapier +1, goodbye. Shiny dagger, just a +1, goodbye. Shot composite longer, goodbye. Keeping you because you're insane. Short bow of code. Oddly specific, sell. No one's wearing a buckler. Mighty Con +2, not bothered about. I'm keeping this just in case. This is awesome but terrible. I use them very rarely. I'm one of these people, no, it's a consumable, I might need them. And then the end credits are rolling. And I still have them all. Hold aura, all creatures within 5 feet of this creature. If it was all enemies, it would be amazing. Sell. That's the money back. All of my weight at the moment, which is only £210, is probably from potions and scrolls. We'll look at them all. I hate how some of them don't stack. It's like exactly the same. Oh, no, it's not. That's caster level 5. It's caster level 6. Okay. Kept the gems. Awesome. So yeah, I'm just going to quickly go and talk to the storyteller. I might have another... What is wrong with these? I think we need to hire a gardener. Alright. Storyteller. Found a page that might interest you. Yes, you are right. Another piece of evidence from the past you've forgotten. The old elf's expression becomes withdrawn. The storyteller clenches the pages you brought. His voice becomes a bit younger and more energetic. It's been 2 years since I started to serve the darkness. She found me in the Ivory Labyrinth, her gaze piercing through all my protective spells, as if they had been cast by an untrained apprentice rather than the last Archmage of Kyonin. She is powerful and insidious. She is the perfect assassin. Her name is Nauticula. She invited me to Alushinera, the city of demons in the depths of the abyss, the capital of the Midnight Isles. The Lady in Shadow highly values my ability to remain unnoticed. Kneeling before her throne, I listened to her prayers and felt like a child being given a pat on the head for doing some simple chore for the first time. But this is no longer important. Now I serve a demon lord, for this is our agreement. She will help me decrypt the scribbles I copied in the Ivory Labyrinth. In return, I will serve her as her court mage and spy for the next 17 years. Now, Alushinera is my home, and Nauticula is my lady in shadow. Tell me about your life in Alushinera. Of all the places in the Abyss, Alushinera is the most civilized. My lady wants to make her capital the face of the Abyss, a place travellers from other planes can visit without too much fear. I don't care. I'm here only to complete my service, get the promised reward, and return to Golarion. However, strange as it may be, Alushinera's demons treat me honourably. They hate me, sometimes growl at me, but they never attack. I prepared many spells and I'm ready to use them at any moment, but I've had no reason to yet. I have my own tower in the upper city not far from the lady's palace. I've strengthened it with protective spells and set golems to guard it. I created a portal to Golarion at the top of the tower, one which only I can use. It will be my escape route if I need to flee urgently. I expect an attack every day, but it never happens. This might sound ridiculous and surprising, but I think the demons of Alushinera respect me. Yeah, because you're working for Nauticula. Of course they're going to respect you. getting ready to pause my alarm on my phone that's going to go off in 2 seconds. There we go. My lady in shadow has no reason to hide the truth from me. She does not care about my research. She offered me help out of curiosity. I am something of a bizarre pet to her, both funny and useful. The storyteller shakes his head. She offered me help, and I agreed. I must thank my lady for her generosity. 17 years of service for translating 17 phrases from Baphomet's Labyrinth. A bargain. Please continue. The storyteller stays silent for a short while, as if listening to something. I can't smell anything but sewage. I can hear some demon's snores or death rattles. Hidden by a cocoon of spells, I keep invisible watch in a dirty alley in Alushinera's lower city. 2 winged shadows sweep past overhead, and a terrible stone-splitting shriek rolls like a tide through the streets. But it can't hurt me. I know the ways of this city, and I have protected myself from Velexia's wild antics. My voluntary partner, a young half-elf named Kinney, sighs loudly and says yet again, "They are not coming." I shrug just as I have done every time before. "I'm not keeping you." Kinney frowns and turns away in response. I sneak a look at my friend. His unruly locks fall over his face. Kinney carelessly sweeps them out of his eyes, thinking about something. I find myself enjoying his gentle movements and look away, embarrassed. Have a little more patience, my friend. Soon our goal will be here. I am sure of it. You mentioned Velexia. Tell me about her. The storyteller answers with reluctant admiration. The maddest succubus of all those born in the abyss. Even my lady in shadow can't but smile upon hearing of the latest mayhem she stirred up just for fun. Surrounded by her 3 succubi friends known as the Sinners, she flies naked over the city, crushing the buildings with her raging screams, grabbing poor passers-by, taking them up in the air and dashing them down onto the rocks, getting into raging fights with no rhyme or reason. Truly, Velexia is the bane of Alushinera, but also its wild heart. I didn't expect to find out you had a partner. The storyteller's face lights up and a timid smile appears on his lips. I didn't expect it either. Kinney is from Golarion, just as I am. He is a thief and a former slave. He escaped from the Cyclopses of the Dying Empire. I met him before I left Golarion for the Abyss, in my old tower. A thief who sought not my life but shelter, a place to spend the night, and protection from his former masters. My charms worked. Kinney couldn't get past the ground floor of the tower. That's where I found him, sitting on the floor entangled in my traps, living vines. I freed the hapless thief. I wasn't angry at his intrusion. I was even glad to talk with this restless youth about the short-lived folk. I had no idea how much I missed companionship. After that, Kinney often spent the night in my tower, partaking of my hospitality. Together we lived through the terror of Earthfall, and, when the time came, I took him with me to the Abyss. Recently he has even helped me carry out some of my lady's tasks, those that give him the opportunity to make some money. Does your partner know about your goal to save Golarion? Oh yes, we've discussed my plans many times. Sitting at the top of the tower, nursing goblets of warmed wine, Kinney shares my love for our dear Golarion, and supports my desire to save its doomed civilizations. The storyteller smiles warmly at the rush of memories. My friend is not like me at all. He is young, hot-tempered, and mischievous. He prefers to act first and deal with consequences later. Perhaps this is why we get along so well. Opposites attract. Please continue. Okay. Finally, my patience is rewarded. I see a slouching demon in rags, so pathetic that even the demon guards of Alushinera would not lay a hand on him, out of disgust. But my spell-enhanced vision can't be fooled. I see the incubus, Zyphorian, the ruler of Alushinera, who answers only to the Lady in Shadow herself. Passing a step away from me, Zyphorian stumbles and falls into a puddle of sewage, rousing disdainful chuckles from the few witnesses. But I won't be fooled by this game. Instead, I concentrate, becoming even more focused. My lord, I've discovered this crystal of unknown power on one of the Midnight Isles. Have a look. A hand holding a heart-sized crystal burning with purple flame emerges from under the rags. The incubus's hand is shaking, the skin on his palm slightly smouldering from touching the crystal. The demon's reflection in the puddle of sewage ripples and changes. I don't hear Zyphorian talking to his mysterious lord. The incubus hides the purple crystal back under the rags. As you wish, my lord. No, Nocticula knows nothing about these crystals, I am sure. Of course, Lord Sokoth-Banoth. I wince. I have no desire to stand in the way of the demon lord. I turn around. You see Kinney. We were able to get evidence of Zyphorian's treason. I was right, but my friend is nowhere to be seen. Who's Sokoth-Banoth? Storyteller cringes. A disgusting demon lord, champion of meanness, debauchery, perversions, and breaker of taboos. He is Nocticula's brother and former lover. Ew. Out of jealousy, he tried in vain to kill my lady, but he remained alive after the attempt. He is driven by fear, shame, and hatred toward his powerful sister. Please continue. And hurry up, I have work soon. I'm standing at the top of my tower. There is a goblet of warmed wine in my hand. Nocticula was pleased with my raid. Oh no, she won't kill Zyphorian on the spot. My lady's punishments are much more sophisticated. Banishing, demotion, even transformation into the pathetic creature the incubus was masquerading as. Nocticula has a lot of choices. I don't care, I've done my part. I sip from my goblet and turn to my friend. Without saying a word, Kinney takes out a rag from under his shirt and shows me the purple crystal wrapped in it. I chuckle. That's where my friend went at the end of the raid. Well, we are going to keep the crystal. I will study its properties in detail and find out if it will help us achieve our goal. Nocticula doesn't have to know that I have the crystal now. Let her look to Zyphorian or her demon lord brother for it. I drink from the goblet again and look down. A Lucianera lies at the bottom of the tower like a faithful dog at the feet of its master. I earned respect here. Even the lady in shadow heeds my words. I feel a treacherous smile appear on my lips. Of course, when 17 years have passed, I will return to Golarion, but for now, I like my life here. Whew. The storyteller is quiet for a long while, thinking about what he saw, then runs his hand over his face, tired. I served a demon lord, and what's more, I liked it. I did not expect this outcome, this from myself. I was completely different. Different thoughts, desires, motives. What made me change so much? I don't know. The storyteller shakes his head ruefully. I'm just going to click this and go through it again, because I don't like to have the options not grey. It makes me think I've missed something. Thank you for your stories. Found a page. Thank you for not doing anything immediately. I have to go. Save game. Because I have to go. So thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. But I need to go to work. So I will find someone to raid. Who to raid? FG. She's playing Darkest Dungeon 2. So that's always fun. So I'll send you along to her and enjoy even more abominations than Pathfinder. Yeah, thank you for being here. I hope to see you tomorrow for more Pathfinder, and then on Thursday it's Planet Zoo for Channel Point Redemption for Pernt. So yeah, I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Goodbye.